Good. I'm back. I'm back. Isn't that crazy? I took a day off for once, but I'm back. I can't be stopped. It was a nice day off, actually. It was a very productive day off. I was a little lazy, which was fun. But we're back today. Where's Alien Mike? It was almost here, and I restarted my computer. Now it's better. Much better. I'm going to sip my coffee and enjoy it for a minute before everybody gets here, so I'm going to do that now. I'm going to enjoy it. All right. Coffee acquired. Had to go hunt down my phone. I left that shit on the kitchen counter. Peppy's here. She's on the windowsill. Hi, Peppy. Cute. Wonder if I can get her to meow at me. Maybe you guys can hear it on the mic. Peppy. Peppy. Hi. What's up, Peppy? I called her too many times. She's coming over here now. Peppy. Here comes the thump. Oh, hi, sweet Peppy. Rejected coffee. Listen, I got my coffee. I got my kitty cat. I'm happy. I'm happy. Mateus! Thank you for the 2, man. Appreciate the support.
Are you ready for TTS hell again?
Yeah, I'm so ready. I couldn't be more excited. Yeah, no, it'll be great. Oh, hi, Peppy. You're so sweet, Peppy. Oh, you're so cute. You're just napping my lap, little kitty cat. Tom Kane, the voice of Clone Wars Yoda, has passed away. Damn. R.I.P., man. R.I.P. I'm not super familiar with many of his roles, but that sucks. Was he like really old, or was it something more unfortunate? many cats do I have? 3. I have Peppy, the little tuxedo, short-haired tuxedo who's in my lap right now being a real cutie. Then there's the 2 boys, Mushy and Boopy. Both are Himalayan, long-haired, little pug-faced, cute little dudes. Alright. Enough yapping about my cats, my adorable, perfect cats. Let's begin. Hey, what up, Boom? Good to see you, man. DJ, put on Peril from the Halo 2 original soundtrack. Nah, let's start with Mjolnir Mix. What mad goodies do you have for us? Some very fun stuff. We're gonna... Thank you for the 2 Gyarados!
Drake, I've had some time to think.
Oh no.
Wait, what?
Shut up, dude. You're so dumb. Dude, that's me. I was like putting up lights in my room last night and I was just like... setting something down, leaving really quickly to grab something, coming back and just being like, it's gone. I lost it. I don't know what's going on. Alright, let's begin. Hello! Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. We're at Red Team base today because I'm feeling brave and bold, a little quirky. I wanted to do something different. So we've got ourselves a very lovely look at Red Base, which, if you missed last stream, is now fully set up. And I did not stream yesterday. Rare, I know. However, it was definitely worth it because now that we have all of this beautiful stuff set up here, we were able to run a playtest, and it actually worked very well. We were definitely missing some stuff, like we didn't get the side bases fully set up, but it genuinely worked, and that was pretty awesome. So, what we're going to do today is continue that work. We're going to continue to have our awesome vehicle spawners. We're going to continue to have all of the phenomenal functional things that are in this mod. Let's go ahead and show you some of them over here at Blue Base. Turn on scripts. Would you look at that? Nothing unusual here, but as you can see from this spawner here, which is very nice, we've got any vehicle our little hearts could desire, such as, but not limited to, that beautiful Warthog right there. We can spawn in new vehicles, completely erasing them. We've got the big heavy vehicle spawner over here, which admittedly isn't done. You can see the inside is a bit of a work in progress. But if we set ourselves to blue resources, simulating having, I don't know, 6 plasma batteries, we'll get tier 2. And we've got all these beautiful vehicles as well. We got the anti-air wraith, which is very nice looking. We've got the skiff as well, also very lovely. And of course, over here on the very large tier 3 vehicle pad, there is also Pelicans, Phantoms, and the Mega Mantis, requiring tier 3. And you know what? It works pretty good. It works pretty dang good. Fix the bug when capturing an energy core at the same time? Not yet, but I know the solution to it. I need to implement it. It's nothing too crazy. It just requires a bunch of copying and pasting. Did you end up getting the battery mantis teams flipped? Not yet, but I also know how to fix that one. I haven't really worked... Oh god, I forgot to restart my PC. I'm so zoomed out, man. Enhance. Better. No, I actually know how to fix all that, thankfully. I have some great solutions for it, so we can implement those today. But even more importantly, admittedly, we're going to work on these side bases today. I love these side bases. I think they're a great addition to the map. They're the places that you teleport to with a cool little defensible room here. And this allows you to actually maintain these 3 batteries. But of course, if you're going to come over here and you're going to be stuck here because this is a one-way shield like so, you're probably not going to want to be stuck here without any vehicles. And that's why I added these 2 pads to the sides right here, properly making this thing a Halo Wars base. Very beautiful, very lovely. Genuinely so freaking cool. Dude, the playtest last stream was so freaking cool. It was actually all working. Like, not perfectly, but like, I'd say like 90%, 95% perfectly. Oh shoot, I forgot there was music playing that whole time. Oh, it's overlapping! No! Mateus! Thank you for the 3. Appreciate it. Thank you,
I'm
thank you.
more of a dog guy myself.
Okay.
But I'd love to have an oriental short-hair cat. I shall name him / her Gooblin.
Gooblin. I like that. I like Gooblin. That's a good cat name. But wait, what's oriental short hair? Is that like a Siamese? Would that count as an oriental short hair? Oh, here. Where's my music? My music, how do I turn off? There it is. Perfect. We hide our intro music, we hide the music action, and then we set special action to true, which will prevent any other music tracks from playing. Ka-chow. What's up today? New vehicle spawners over here at the side bases are up today. We're also going to be adding some sounds to the cool, fancy new animations I added here to the batteries. And that'll make them feel a lot more complete. On top of that, we're also going to be beginning weapon spawners to make sure they work. Thank you for the 2. Problem streaming. Fine. Oriental short hair. Holy shit, it has some big ears. It's similar to Siamese, and it's a part of the Siamese breed group. They look silly. Why are their eyes shaped like that? Bro, this is the cat. Why does it look like that? Thank you for the 2, Laggy!
I like the Oriental cats.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I mean, that's fine. It was a rather long pause there, but that's fine. You know. I like pizza. Just a fun fact for you there. Macaroni. Ooh. Actually, my birthday's coming up in 3 days, and the other day, somebody was, or, how did the conversation go? The other day I was asked, what do I want to eat on my birthday, because it's coming up in 3 days? And I'm not gonna lie, bro. I did unironically say dinosaur chicken nuggets. Dinosaur chicken nuggets are something I have not had in ages, alright? Like, ages. Dragon's an infantry spawner. I know what it is. Why are you telling me things like I don't know what they are? In Halo Wars, it's an infantry spawner. In here, it's whatever the hell I want it to be! And in that case, it's a little garage for vehicles. That's pretty fun. It's a Covenant warehouse that just so happens to spawn infantry in Halo Wars. What up, Rain? I do appreciate that you specified it was you, as though you don't have a username in the chat. Not respecting Bungie's design, that's new for you. Actually, it's Ensemble. Bungie didn't design those. Hey, what up, cool kid? I'm alive as usual. You fucking better be. Good. Good. Am I going to use those cut weapon drop pods from Reach whenever you... Wait, cut weapon drop pods. Did we look at cut weapon drop pods? Let me pop open Blender. I actually kind of forgot. Let's see. Halo 3. I think they were in the folder when Zophie sent me the Reach Alpha assets, right? The Covenant drop pod didn't really look like anything, did it? I don't think there was a Covenant drop pod. Was there? I have Blender open, but I don't... Yeah, I don't think there was a weapon drop pod. There was a regular drop pod, like an elite drop pod. That one was actually very fucking cool. I want to pop open that one again, because it just... I don't know, man. It just looked kind of sick. There. The Covenant Elite drop pod. I swear to God, it's got the same kind of, like, base design as the ODST drop pod, even. Look. Front comes popping off. Got the seat on the inside. It's really cool. Seamless, too. Thank you for the 420, Mateus.
They are goblin cats. They honk instead of meow.
They honk?
And their proportions look, you took a regular cat and just stretched them.
What? Yeah, they look so silly. It looks like so goofy. What is... Why is... Their ears are so big. And their head shape is all squished. It's a Oriental short hair cat. Apparently there is a weapon drop pod and you showed it on stream. Dude, I got terrible, atrocious ADHD. I don't remember at all. Is this the one from Floodgate? No, this is the one from Halo Reach, actually. I think the Reach one probably looks better than the 3 one, but... You know, I kind of forgot what the Halo 3 one... No, I remember the Halo 3 one's just kind of boring. It's kind of uninspired. This one's got, like, a lot more design and care in it, in my opinion. It looks really cool, though. It's fine, I sent you it? Did you? Because I know there's a Covenant weapon drop pod in the files. Alpha drop pod textures. Oh, shoot, does it still work on the same UV map? Let me see this shit. Right. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah. Right. Well, let's see. I'm gonna switch over really quickly, and then I'm gonna try out the, Boom, boom, boom. Where's my Covenant drop pod? Covenant drop pod. There you are. We can give it a look. Give it a little look-see. Alright. So we have the base texture, which is already in the Elite Drop Pod bitmaps, but then also we have this alpha texture, which is similar but has different UVs. It's got these kind of like symmetrical burn mark things going on. Let me try I mean, it really doesn't look much different. It's just got different UVs set up for a slightly different model. I drew a cursed abomination I refused to finish, and I presume you also sent it to me. Oh, this is the alpha drop pod. It looks so different.
Snowball effect. Losing team gets flexed biceps emoji, weapon drop.
It's not a bad idea. I didn't, but I can. Send it. Send it over. Wait, this is crazy looking. It's very different. How do the textures still work so well? This looks like a Halo CE drop pod. Why is it all rasterized and funky looking? There you go. Have an abomination. Let me see. Is it really an abomination? Oh, it is an abomination. I can't show it on stream, but biblically accurate. This is pretty cool, though. It is a little confusing to me, though, that on this drop pod, this part pops off, and it just randomly cuts into the surface here.
I'm obsessed with these cats, because my sister works at a vet clinic and sent me images of one. Sent you another DM of how they sound.
What? How could these cats sound that much more different than a regular cat? So this is a...
Okay, I'm trying to get Teddy to honk. Teddy.
Oh my god, why does he sound... Wait.
Teddy?
Dude. What is wrong with these cats? Why do they look like that?
You want to go in the dryer? Yeah?
What the fuck? How have I never heard of these things before?
Alright, your honk is coming back.
They do honk. What is this? They're like dog cats. They're so skinny.
Teddy?
What a fat one of these look like. I wonder what a fat one of those would look like, dude. That'd be so funny.
Aren't those the elite drop pods where the door blasts off like the normal drop pod door?
Thank you for the 5, Demon. Yeah, these are from Reach. These are the Reach ones. They're pretty cool. They got like nice holograms and stuff inside too. Very much the ODST drop pods of the Covenant. What species of Covenant is that? It's a Gloopus. It's the Gloopus. You don't know the Gloopus? I thought everybody knew them. They're one of the #1 Covenant species. Fuck, what was I doing again? Oh, right. Zophie sent me the thing. Hold on. Cov resupply capsule. Apparently, this exists. Oh, I just imported it into the same scene. Fuck! If this works, this might be something worth using. I was planning on actually modeling in my very own, like, weapon... thingy thing. Oh, these things! Wait, no, these are in reach, aren't they? Aren't they? No, maybe they're cut. Hold on, I'll show you guys in a sec. I think these are... No, these aren't in reach. I think these did get cut, but I definitely had this open before. Zophie definitely did send it to me, I remember. I want to see how they move, how they're animated and all that. This is the shape of it. I need to grab the textures properly for it, but like the doors pop open and the weapon is on the inside here. They were last seen in the Halo Reach beta? Interesting. Yeah, they were mostly like finished designs. Let me import the physics, excuse me, and the collision model for it as well. Okay. Yeah, they are like really practically finished. So the setup for it, it's a little messy. Let me organize it here. So we'll do render, collision, and physics. And then we'll go ahead and just drag those into the correct area. So here's our render model, our collision models, and our physics models. And then we'll take the armature and we'll delete that collection, keep it down there. In our render, let's do this the exact same way that Foundry sets it up. So we'll make another collection for markers. And then we'll just drag every marker. Oh, you gonna go over there again, Peppy? Hi, kitty kitty. I'll miss you, Peppy. Go watch the birds. And then we put those in markers. And then we're nice and organized. So that looks good. I'll move that for you, Peppy. I'll move this for you, too. Okay, she just wants to watch from my desk. Anyway, let's hide our physics, let's hide our collision, and then we get this really cool looking model. I'm gonna grab the textures for it real quick. Ripped via blame tags? Hell yeah. That's so sick that it works. So it has a couple of different materials on it, nothing too crazy from what I can tell, and I should be able to just assign these textures that Zophie sent over as well. Let me double check here. It's got bitmaps, diffuse texture. Sorry, one sec. Normal. So then we just need to add a vector normal map. Make sure this is set to our non-color. We're going to copy these over. We're going to put these in the shell as well. That's our normal map and our color texture. So now we have something that looks like this, which is pretty cool. That's a good looking, I mean, it's hard to tell what it's actually going to look like without the actual materials on it, but that's a good looking weapon drop right there. I do like it. I do like it. We could theoretically have it so these things could like crash down around the base regularly as weapon drops, because I was thinking that we would have some kind of like weapon consoles, right? If you had some kind of weapon console that you would actually interact with, would certainly be cool, but I do think it would be interesting to do these. I'm kind of leaning towards it, to be honest with you, mostly because it would be easier. It would be easier than... It's just Halo 4 multiplayer. Well, I mean, what would you prefer? Stylistically, right? The whole point is you're going to have the ability to get weapons based on how much energy, how many resources you have, very similar to how the vehicle spawners work. My question to you is, would you rather have a console a little thing you walk up to like purchase the weapons, or would you rather they just drop in? Either one works. There's nothing really crazy about it. Function is function. Maybe weapons dropping would be cool. Well, how about we experiment with like a little weapon drop, and then if we don't like it, we don't like it. I want to experiment with this because we already have it here. It's ready. What I can do, too, with each of these weapon drops is we can have them at multiple tiers, and we can just have them, like, kind of ambiently drop around the base. And if a weapon is grabbed, maybe, like, 5 seconds later, this thing will despawn. And then, like, 10 seconds later, another one will drop in and take its place. That might be kind of cool. And then, depending on what tier you have, you'll get, like, more weapons dropping in, and they can all just kind of be around the spire. That'd be kind of cool. Just Halo 4 and Halo 3. Mods banned Demon of Song for his entire life. How dare he say that I'm making Halo 4? There is no worse sin that you could bring upon me. How dare you? Wait, what was this called again? This was drop Cov resupply capsule. That's what it is. Just, oh my god, damn it. Green. You take that back. I do think I would personally prefer a little console, but considering this weapon drop already works, yeah. I will personally take this. That's destroyed default. That's default. Well, it's nice that they're already set up to work with this version. That's pretty sick. It does look good. I don't know if there's supposed to be like an illumination texture that goes with this. Maybe the lights will use the shell texture. I'm not sure. Oh, it does. Perfect. Sweet. Sweet. Alright, well, let's try putting it in the game, man. Let's see what's up. What's up, Mod Man? Why so early? Just wanted to. I like streaming earlier. I'm waking up earlier. I got things I do at night. I like to go to the gym and get housework done. So, you know, this just ends up working out pretty nicely. Wait. Bitmap physics. What? 443. Fuck, I just overwrote the... No, I didn't. Okay. Collision, physics, render. Why didn't it export correctly? Hold on. Did I screw that up? No. Yeah, whatever. Physics, render, collision. And we're going to get this in-game. We're going to get this very cool-looking pod into the Halo video game. Because I'm just brave like that. So we're going to do objects, levels, multi, huge towers, Cov, resupply, capsule, which I'll put in objectives. And we're going to make a bitmaps folder for it as well. Hold on, I will show you guys all this stuff I'm doing over my other monitor right now. I just got to set it all up first. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make a Cov resupply capsule folder into our tags folder here. And because the battery already is a really nice device machine, and these are going to need to be device machines, I'm also going to put them in here. So we'll do Cov resupply capsule, Cov resupply capsule. Thank you for the 5.
While I am correct that this is just remaking Halo 4
That's
and
not
Halo
true.
3, he'll make up me saying that by sending you an incomplete drawing of a maid.
Maybe if it was complete, it would make up for it. Alright? Maybe if that was it. Alright, it's actually a really nice design. And I like it. Good job! It's excellent! Anyway. We're going to go ahead and we're going to grab our Halo Wars 1 factory shader right here. God, I'm so brave. Alright, we're going to use this and this. Yeah, we're going to grab the factory shader, and that's going to be what we... Oh, wait. I lied. We also need a metal shader. Do I even have a metal shader for this? I don't think I do. In fact, I can't use these Halo Wars 1 shaders. I lied again. All right, we're going to use the original vehicle pad shaders for this. So we'll grab the Cov floor tile and this dull metal strip. And these will be our baselines for the Cov resupply capsule, which has the following materials. Cov resupply capsule shell. Cov resupply capsule metal, and we'll copy the metal for the lights shader, because it actually does use the same textures and things, but it just glows. That's all it does. It glows. Good to know Drake has the same kinks as me. I don't know how you would know that, frankly. And why is that good? This is Halo 7? True. True. Alright, we're going to import it now. We're going to see how this works. We don't have animations for it yet or anything. Yet, but we will. So instead of battery, it's going to be our Cov resupply capsule like so. Nice body pose? I mean, I guess. I'm not opposed to it. Unable to find Cov resupply capsule plasma. Oh! I need to get a plasma shader. Zophie! Do you by any chance know? You know what? Never mind. I'll probably just have to get my own shaders for it. For whatever UVs these have. Go here. I don't know what UV that's going to be, but it's probably reused somewhere else in Reach. Good enough. Good enough. I need to grab a plasma shader. Where's a plasma shader? Do I have one? These plasma storage here. Shaders. Grab that, and we'll use it on our resupply capsule, which is Cov resupply capsule plasma. Okay, now we're not going to miss any shaders. We'll be good now. We can also clear this animation graph. These are shaders. I was just looking for the bitmap that the plasma uses for its mask. But in any case, let's spawn this thing in. It's not going to be set up correctly with the shaders yet, but what's most important to me right now is that we actually just get it in and see what it looks like. So let's add in our objectives, Cov resupply capsule, and well, let's take a look at it. It's fairly small, but not offensively so. Looks like about how it would land in the ground. Doesn't have any animations, or materials for that matter. It's also the wrong shader that I used to grab. Alright, vehicle pad shaders. Which one did I grab? Cov metal shell purple plate. Is that not the one I grabbed? Well, whatever, we'll just do it again. Throw the materials on it, see what happens. Excuse me. Change the scale to 1 more 2? I might. Let's grab these textures first, though. Okay, at least now it has a colored shell on the outside. So what we're going to do is grab the correct textures for this, which is going to be under Objects Levels, Multi, Huge Tower. Oh, you know what? I didn't even import the textures yet, now that I think about it. I got to run that command. Objectives, Cov resupply capsule, and it's going to be in this folder here. So let me copy all of this. I'm going to run bitmaps on this. That'll fill out the bitmaps folder here, so now we can use the diffuse right here. We can use the normal as well, but I got to re-import the normal actually as a Z-bump. Oops. ZBrush, bump map, re-import. Lovely. And then we'll keep all the default stuff on it for the time being. For the metal part, we got to do the same thing, where we're going to grab all of this, and then we'll go boom. We're going to go boom, save that. Then we are going to forego the plasma adjustments for now, but the last one I want to do is the lights material, which should be, there's our normal texture plus our diffuse texture right here. But because this is actually a glowy texture. We're going to disable bump mapping. We're going to not have alpha test. We're not going to have any environment mapping. We don't even need a material model, actually. Specular mask will be none. Our blend mode is going to be additive, and we'll keep the albedo color all white. Our self-illumination map is going to be... Oh wait, we just need detail blend? No, we have default. I'm going to switch to our default diffuse map right here, and we're going to use the same thing for the self-illumination map. Let's see what happens. Oh, that actually looks pretty sick. Not bad. Oh, it looks like I actually use the normal map as the, yeah. There we go, that's a little better. That's a pretty good looking cov drop pod, or like weapon pod. A lot of glowy lights on the inside. Kind of dark though, to be honest. Let me see if I can brighten those up a little bit. What's the intensity on these? 1 to 1.5. How about 10 to 15? That's pretty cool. 10 to 15 is not bad, especially on a bright map like this. And then, as for the colors on this, I guess it could be worse. It'd be nicer if the illumination map on it properly worked. The alpha blend? Oh, there we go. Alpha blend's the right one. I think? Yes, but also now I have to set the illumination stupidly high. Because it's slightly transparent. You know what? Fuck it. 100 illumination. It's still doing a periodic breathing because the color. Oh, I didn't realize I was controlling it that much. That's a little better. A bit funky looking, but could be worse, I suppose. I like it, though. I like it. However, that alpha blend is really rubbing me the wrong way. So there's our Covenant drop pod, resupply capsule, whatever you want to call it. It's been like 3 years of my life porting everything to Halo 2. Why? It is really cool to port anything to Halo 2, but why? Okay, this is looking pretty good. What's the name of the hard metal thick? Not bad. Plasma shader definitely looks bad. But as far as the rest of it goes, it's actually pretty good. Oh, you know what? Because this is a part of the energy system, maybe I ought to make the lights on it purple instead. That may be smart on my part. Well, I guess the energy system itself is related, but it's not a requirement. I'll keep it blue. Sadly, you cannot replicate the weapon truly inside of Halo 2. I did what I could. Oh, what? For the flamethrower? I feel like if you use Halo 3 system, maybe. Sophie, is there any chance you know which texture map was used for these plasma shaders? Thank you for the
Blinking
2, Laggy!
sprite on top to make gamer
Oh,
brain go to it.
Said blinking sprite on top to make gamer brain go to. That's a good point. Well, these are gonna come blasting down, but yeah. Maybe I could have like steam or smoke rising from the top of it or something to let players know. Maybe like a kind of glowing, like it's the smoke is kind of glowy at the start and then it kind of fades to a gray. I do, but you can go check yourself and I do. Oh, okay, I got you. Here, you guys stare at the cool new Covenant drop pod for a second. I'll take a look at this. Oh, I won't. I'll wait for Discord to finish downloading this enormous file. Well, in the meantime, I'll at least change the plasma colors on this to a nice blue, because I think the blue will make more sense for this. I was going to do purple, but I don't actually think that's required here. Pretty good start so far, all things considered. What kind of guns is this thing dropping off? Depends on what power level you have. If you're at power level 1, some fairly standard weapons. Power level 2, some fancier, bigger weapons. And at power level 3, some really big ones. Might have it pop out like a piece of equipment as well. Does look very cool. We need to get the door in so the doors on these things can pop off. Forgot about that. There is an actual door piece to this. Let me grab that really quickly. There's apparently a cap. I don't know what the cap is. Oh, the top. Why is there a top part to it? Does it explode? Oh, maybe it animates and then breaks? Interesting. I'll at least save this. And I guess I'll grab the... There's no physics model for it, which is interesting. There's only... Oh, no, there is. I'm a little confused, though. I don't really know what this is used for. I know at least I gotta get the doors, because there's those 3 symmetrical doors that pop off, so I'll snag those real fast. Which, they look like this. Is there specifically a race to faction spawn, such as Covey-side players used to code? In Reach you can. That's kind of how Invasion works. The game modes can force your player to be a particular model. Halo 3 doesn't have such things, but works pretty good in Reach. Okay, here's the doors. Yep, same materials and everything, so I can just save this to Cov resupply capsule door or panel. And I think what I need to do is look at the actual resupply capsule and check out how it can be animated here. It doesn't have any animation. I guess that would mean maybe that this part can break off. Like the top can break off. Maybe. I don't know. Tell how it's been working on Halo Remake? I don't work on the Halo Remake. I'm just a modder. I just make stuff for funsies because I like it. What are all these? FX panel pop. These at least have their... they do. Okay, that's nice. nav point. What is glowy? Oh, glowy bits would probably be like a light of some kind. We have the impact marker, which is good to have. There is a light, apparently, that's supposed to emit from inside here. We have all 3 panels where they pop off. Oh no, those would be the effects for it. Effects would occur here, I presume, and then the actual panel itself would spawn on the garbage. And then we have the weapon, and this is where it gets placed in here. Why is the weapon offset over to the side? That's a little odd. Pretty sure the beta version of the top pop off completely, so that's why the cap crate object exists. Interesting. I think I'll keep the top of it on. That way players are able to be notified of where it is. I'll need like some kind of small snow explosion. Like a miniature version of the effect when the albatross comes and like slams into the ground. That'll be kind of fun. It's just interesting because at least in this version there is no top part that comes off. It's just the doors being on and off. It's cool though. Alright, well, with this setup the way that it is, I'll probably have to modify it a little bit. However, I can animate it. We'll do an animation for it coming in. Let's do that real quick. So if we want to make an animation of it like flying in from super high up, we'll just create a quick little new animation on this thing. Let's call it device position, since this is a device machine, and that's how that animation is supposed to be named. We'll make the final frame at like 60 with this bone right here. And then this will be a 60 frame animation starting at frame 1. And at frame 1 we could just put it really, really high in the air. It's probably good enough. Looks like it does not have the correct armature modifier enabled though, so let's go back down to here, back to the object. Let's give it that armature modifier. Oh no, it does. Which might not have the vertex groups for it. Yeah, it doesn't. That's okay. We can give it a real quick. That's implied root node. And then we gotta do that on the other one too. And it's probably wise that we do it on the collision. Oh, they have it. Collision physics. Well, physics doesn't have it, but it gets parented to the armature object anyway. Let's make sure, though, sets relations to armature object. Yeah, that'll work. This doesn't need to be paired to armature object. This needs to be paired to a bone, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, now it's set up. Now it should animate correctly. What is that? Oh, you know, because these don't have vertex groups, that's why. Alright, fuck it. They're all getting parented to a bone. Bro. Okay, there we go. Now it all works together. Thank God. Well, there's our test animation. Will there be a short about this? Yes. I have a lot of content to make shorts on now. Over the past, like, 4-ish days we've been working on this stuff. Okay, looks good. We also got the destruction set up on this thing already in game, so when I shoot it, the doors disappear. So we need to grab a couple of things, actually. I don't believe I've exported the different parts of the capsule and panel yet, but I am going to update this thing with the new setup. So this is going to get all the new bits. Make sure they actually work. 506, that's now. Render, physics, collision. Throw those in there, and we'll do a quick re-import over here. And then we need to get the animation out as well, so we're going to do that. Oh, right, if I'm going to do an animation, I almost forgot. We got to take the default pose and make that frame 1. There we go, boom. Just in case I forgot, I'm going to re-export that one more time with the default pose node there. Then we're going to export this out as an overlay animation, and we're going to call it device position. Alright, render, physics, collision, grab, put it in there. We're going to give it an animations folder as well. And we're going to put this inside said animations folder. We will once again re-import this just in case I did it wrong, and then we're going to run, instead of the bitmaps command on this thing, we're going to run the animations command on it. In fact, we're going to do the uncompressed one, so model animations uncompressed. So now it'll create a animation graph for us that we can actually use and plug into here, so we're going to grab that. Should be right there. Lovely. And for this, that has a, I'm going to make it a 2-second power transition time, which should line up roughly with how it should work.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
I'm going to give it an absurd radius really quickly so it's just always activating. Or not. Okay. We'll make a new device group for it so that I can actually trigger it whenever I want. This will be WEP pod 01 blue. And then we're going to put that onto our recovery supply capsule, which we'll also call WEP pod 01 blue. Does not operate automatically, does not automatically close. But then we can use science and witchcraft to do device group set WEP pod 01 blue pod 01 blue 1. Boom! Holy shit, that was fast. Okay, we could probably slow that down a little. Add another second to it. Jesus, man! Why is it going so fast? Am I not exporting this with 60 frames? It's absurd. Oh my god. It's like it's not listening. It's not listening at all. Power transition time. Doesn't matter, actually. 12-second position transition time. Don't need any of this, actually. Okay, at least now it's like a little bit more reasonable. Am I misunderstanding something here? Frame 1 to frame 60. I'm gonna re-export this animation. I don't know if it's broken or if I'm broken or whatever the hell is happening, but it's not working right. Let's try it again. Blasted Fool, it's a machine tag and it has time set. Yeah, no, I'm aware. That's what I was changing. Oh, weird. I must have messed up the animation or something, because, it wasn't working before, but now it should be good. Not bad. It does an awkward slowdown at the end, which I'll have to fix, but... it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Make it 65 frames so I have some extra FX frames to work with. And then on this part here, when it goes, I'm just going to do this linearly. I don't think there's any reason not to have this go down in a completely straight line. I don't think these are jets on the bottom. I don't think these fire. I think these are just like impactors or something, because there's no FX for them to slow down. I think it just comes out of orbit and slams down. Re-import that. Alright. Let's try it out again. Why not leave the awkward slowdown and add in slowdown thrusters? I could. Okay, it still had the awkward slowdown for some reason. Oh, right, I didn't even do it right, that's why. One more time. What is this? Trying out weapon pods for now. Oh yeah. That comes in blindingly fast. That's pretty cool. Does the Covenant drop pod in Halo 3 have a sound when it comes in? Or have I already used that? Isn't that isn't that the sound I already use for the Albatross coming in? It might be. Let me see. Huge Towers Albatross. Let's see if I use it there. I'm pretty sure it's the Cov drop pod sound. So we have a crash from the longsword. Oh yeah, here it is. Oh, it's the ODST pod impact. My bad, bro. Did not mean to vine boom you guys like that. That's fucked up. Longsword. Oh, it must be the longsword crash I'm using. I'm not going to reuse that sound just because it already is, for me, associated with the Albatross coming down, though it would be really good for these. I'll see if I can find something for the Cov drop pod in Halo 3, but I'm frankly not sure where that would be. Is the Cov drop pod even a vehicle in Halo 3? Where is that even located? I know it's like a vehicle tag, but is it on a specific mission? The Cov... I don't think it's in the vehicles folder. I would have seen it a long time ago. Wasn't the Cov drop pod a Halo 2 thing? It's a Halo 3 thing as well. On Floodgate, elites come out in drop pods and help you out. Is the elite chair. I know it's on Floodgate, but it doesn't seem the pod itself is. I guess I can just open the mission file and find it. The Halo 4 elite with a tongue is disgusting. Yeah, I don't know who thought that was a good idea. That's horrifying. Scenery crate object? I believe it's either... I think it's... No, I think it's an actual vehicle. I just don't know what folder it's in or what it's called, so I gotta hunt it down through the actual mission scenario here. Reason I think it's an actual vehicle... Oh, it's called Objects Vehicles Insertion Pod. Okay. Objects Vehicles Insertion Pod. H-I. Entry pod inserter. I'll see if there's the model animation graph has any sounds. Oh, pod insert dot sound. I guess that's when it flies in. Maybe the actual animation graph will have like a sound. No, device position, yes, but maybe it's a sound that plays in this here, landing dot effect. This might actually be really good for these pods, the landing effect. Creates an explosion. Creates a pod impact dot sound. It's kind of muffled, but it could work. Could work. I'll try putting some of the insertion pod effects onto my thing here. So in our Cov resupply pod, we'll open up our animation graph for it. And I know on frame 60 is when it impacts, so I can insert them there. I'll put the sound reference from the pod there and the effect references from this here. And just as a test, I don't actually know if these will play correctly, but let me see. There's up the gain of the sound. Yeah, that's true. He just uses up and gravity for this, for the landing effect. I'm going to copy the landing effect, and I'm going to use a duplicate version that I can edit without accidentally changing campaign here. So we'll go objectives, Cov resupply capsule, make a little FX folder. I'll probably have to swap these out for snow, obviously, because, you know, snow map and all that. The pod insert and then the landing effect. I think that's everything we would need here. Let me go ahead and add a frame event. Not a frame event, a effect event on frame 60 called that. And we're going to edit the effect here to go to the marker named FX impact. As for the pod insert sound, we could probably play that as a sound at like frame 50 on probably also FX impact. Okay, let's see what happens. Does it look cinematic at all? Is it cool?
Blue team is now at power level 2.
That's acceptable. If it was snowy, that'd be even better. But that, as far as like an overall impact goes, a little too quiet. But acceptable. I think I'll swap out the sound, though. The impact effect is hilariously quiet and muffled. It's definitely built specifically for that campaign mission where you see the pods coming in a distance. So we'll do pod impact.sound. Pod insert, pod door. We could probably use the pod door sound for when the actual doors of this thing blow off. The fact that you know so many things about this makes me feel smooth brain comparison. It's just unhealthy levels of dedication to this stuff. I should not be proud of these, if I'm being just completely real with you. Visual effects. Let's try finding a kind of explosive sound. Let's try the small explosion. That one's not actually bad. That feels relatively appropriate for this. Jeff Gazobi's posting a stream chat. Oh god, is it the elite with the tongue? It's totally the Halo 4 elite with a tongue.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Kind of a goofy effect. You know, maybe I should keep the slowdown on this thing. I'm gonna try it with the slowdown real quick. Hold up. Oh shoot, that's not what I meant to do at all. Hold on, I'm exporting the animation one more time. I think the slowdown actually might be nice, even without thrusters, just because it gives players... It'll still come down at blinding speeds while it's up in the air, but when players are nearby and they're not looking up, maybe they'll at least have a couple of frames where they can see it, rather than it just, like, teleporting in visually, because it's going so fast.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Okay, maybe it's a little too fast, or a little too slow. But at least you can see it now. Let me edit the... We'll do like... Let's do like cubic, right? Where's that? No. Sinusoidal? Is that worse than if I just did linear? That is worse than linear. Hello? Well, maybe I'll just do Bezier, and then I'll edit the curves. Where... what? Am I blind? Shouldn't I have something to edit here? Oh, it's probably because I'm not in pose mode, duh. There we go. So it comes down like so. And it does slow down in a reasonably satisfying way. However, we should go up a little here. Okay, let me just normalize it real quick so I can actually see what the hell's going on. So here's our normalized graph for its height. Bro, is it really straight? Whatever. Alright. Normalized graph for the height. If I just take this and edit it a little bit, how does that look? Dunno, but we'll find out. You have the weapon pod leave a lingering smoke trail like the Infinite ones do. I will. I'll also have like steamers, like glowing kind of Covenant plasma smoke emit from it as almost like a flare marker for players. That's passable for now. It's possible. All right, what did Zophie post? I'm scared. Bro. I just want to say, as ugly, as fucking hideous and terrible as the redesigns are for the Halo 4 elites, at least they decided against keeping the tongue. Yes, they were putting a tongue on the elites in Halo 4, but at least they had some amount of common sense to get rid of that shit before release. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Okay. The model, the rig has 4 bones total for the tongue. I mean, that makes sense for a tongue, but like, ugh. Ew. That's Halo 3 small explosion. What about Halo 3 medium explosion? What does that look like? And I'm going to add the doors that pop off. That's better. I like that better. Also, I don't know what changed with the model or anything, but I am going to go ahead and move the impact effect 1 frame backwards at least.
Blue team is now...
This feels a little delayed now. That feels better. Now, what I need to do is make it so when it hits the ground, it'll deal damage, which will also pop the doors off. We're getting drop pods and equipment drops. Yeah, we're at least getting it in-game and functional. These are the cut Halo Reach drop pods. I don't remember. Somebody said they were from like an invasion from like the Halo Reach beta or something, and Zophie found these in an old alpha build. They look pretty damn good, so we're using them. Alright, let's put some cool doors on it, and then once we get the doors on, I'll go into the file Zophie sent me and get the correct plasma material for whatever these thingies are. Okay. This actually might end up working a little bit better than certain other things, as I might be able to attach weapons in a little bit smarter, more campaign-style thing here without having to rely on scripts for it. Overall, I think it'll just be a little nicer. Anyways, let's do this. So... doors. We already have the doors exported, I believe. No, I didn't export them, but we have them set up in Blender. So I'm going to grab those real quick. The panel, we'll save that. So here's our panels. We're just going to export those super, super fast. We're going to create the garbage folder for them and have them spawn in as crate objects in the game. So we'll make a cov resupply capsule panel. Throw those in there, and we're going to also create it here, cov resupply capsule panel. Before doing anything else, we just need to grab a quick crate object, which I'm not sure. I think battery 01 crate might actually work here. Yeah, the battery cap, we'll just grab these. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Cov resupply capsule cap. No, panel. Alright. Pretty sick. Love to see it. And... I'm going to set this very quickly to no longer be 1,000. I'll set it to like 1. Okay, seems fine. Yo, Sid, thanks for the 2, man.
I saw Green's post on r/feminine boys explaining where he hid his femme clothes from his mommy, and I got to say I am not surprised that he said Drake's closet. I always knew that Drake was weird, especially with that whack-ass noise he calls rap.
Oh, you're talking about the other Drake. Yeah, no, my see, we could have misunderstood each other there. Glad we didn't. Glad we didn't. I was just a little confused about what you were saying there, you know. It seemed like you might have been implying something. Clearly you weren't, because you wouldn't do that, but you know. Okay, we have a battery destroyed effect that currently plays when this thing blows up, but we're not going to use that. Instead, we're going to copy it. We're going to go into our recovery supply capsule FX folder, and we're going to do destroyed. We're going to spawn in several of the panel doors, which spawn on the marker known as FX, known as garbage panel. Garbage panel. So put it there. And get rid of everything that's not the garbage section. All right, there's our garbage section. We're going to swap the piece of garbage for you. No, we're going to swap it for the supply capsule panel. This should pop out 3 of them. All we have to do is set this up really quickly to the new model that we just made there, and then we can bulk import it like this. Theoretically, it should work. We already have the shaders in from the main one. No damage, no nothing. Oh, right. Probably the physics is a bit wacky. Or maybe non-existent. We'll find out. Probably non-existent. Yeah, I was about to say, actually. I think it's probably not set up. Let's see. This has the vertex groove on the implied root node, I presume. Implied root node. Assign. Armature good. This is going to be on the armature posed as this, posed to that bone. Keep the transforms. And the physics will just get parented to the main armature itself. With its transform kept. Re-export that out. Huh. Brother man, what?
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Well, the collision model works. The physics doesn't. So that's interesting. Why? Does it need a region? Oh, the region is hard metal thick? What the fuck is that? That ain't right. I think Zophie's exporter had a little bit of a quirk there with physics model regions. Not bad, not bad. And we're going to have to open that anymore. This one should be good. I presume the same issue is still present on the regular supply capsule as well. Yeah. Sophie, I have a bug report for you, if you're there. Okay, we get this back in. Perfectly intended. You know, fair enough. Fair enough. There's E to reload weapon. That's not the correct button, but thank you, Sapien. You tried, and that's what counts. There we go. Okay, physics are back. Those pop off. Wow, they really go flying. I mean, I guess that's fine, but they're supposed to go flying forward. Let's fix that. Alrighty. We need the objectives, Cov resupply capsule FX, and for the destroyed effect, we don't have any cool effects that play yet that make the doors pop off. I pretty much figured this would happen. No, it's fine. It's a super easy fix. I'm just letting you know in case you care enough to fix it. I don't know if you do. It's really easy. It just confused me for a moment.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Okay, the velocity at which they emit is a little excessive. This should be tuned correctly. What are we working on today? Covenant weapon and equipment drop pods. Still feels a little excessive. What Vegeta, what does Anti-Dot say about their power level? Nothing, apparently. Yeah, no, this is a cut reach weapon drop pod. I think it'll look so much nicer once I get the actual texture for this end. Speaking of which, I think I could grab it really quickly, because Zophie did send over the whole shebang. Un momento. I've actually never seen that asset before. Me neither. I did see a folder for it that I was really excited about in the Reach editing kit, but it was empty. And all that it had, unfortunately, was a single, like, empty shader. This is what it looks like. It's also got this cool underground part to it as well. Guess you'll never really see it, but it's there. That's kind of sick. I'll have to, like, mark a point on the ground or something so that players know to stay away and that there's an incoming. Most of those tags won't load, but from testing the shaders should load, as well as the model tags. Sick, yeah. I just wanted to see, because it's probably using a stock Reach mask texture, and I just want to yoink that real fast. Make sure you're after it. No, it's probably in the editing kits. This is starting to look pretty good, though. Okay, imagine this. It comes down, it slams in, it has like a cool incoming, like, slams in, the doors pop off, kind of like how they are now. And then from the top here, we could have, like, I'm imagining like a glowing blue smoke that kind of like implies there's a blue light there that kind of like fades away, letting players know, nearby players anyway, who can see it, that there's a weapon available there. And then perhaps Perhaps there's a way that I can detect after a player grabs the weapon. I'll have to see. But there's probably a way. There's probably a way. Maybe I could actually just have it come down, slam down, and then get replaced by like a crate version in the exact same position. And then that one... I don't know. I'll have to experiment with it. And the fun part about this is I could have these all around the map. They don't even have to be exclusively at the bases or anything. In fact, now that I think about it, I don't even necessarily need to use these as drop pods. I could even take the panels on these, and I could animate them, and then maybe when, like, a player, or maybe when you get to a certain tier, it'll go like, open up, make a gun on the inside available, and then you could grab it that way. Possible. Keep in mind, oh no, I said you already wrote that out. Now let me see here. Dum 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 dum. We're gonna go Halo 3 models. Actually, I'm gonna put this in Reach because you're. Hang on one second, guys. It might take a minute to extract all of these files. Swear to God, I just saw a file called Pepsi. Path to the shaders is Props Covenant Resupply Capsule. Yeah. That's where it is in Vanilla Reach, too. Only downside there being that it has nothing in it. Maybe I should just add a damage effect at the bottom. How the Covey Barracks turn out? I missed out on last stream. Yeah, they turned out pretty good. I haven't imported the correct physics and collision model for them yet, but they function pretty good on both teams. Looks nice. I don't know what else to say. It's just good. I think this is going to be absolutely awesome, though. All right, let me add a quick damage effect to this thing when it hits the ground and blows stuff up. That way, that way, panels auto pop off. I'll do like a frag grenade damage effect or something. What is this one? This is a... oh, it's a decal. Perfect. Does that mean it actually leaves a decal? I didn't even notice if it did. Not from what I can see. Might be too far into the ground or too far away. Anyway, this will be impact, and then I guess I'll add the damage to it as well. Yeah, we'll add, or on the FX impact, we'll spawn in. I'll just grab, like, a frag grenade explosion. Alright, let's see. Does it blow itself up when it impacts the ground and deal damage? Perfect.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Even causes a little bit of screen shake. That's nice.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
It's pretty fucking epic. We made an underwater Halo mod? Not to my knowledge. Okay, as a test, let's throw a weapon into this thing. Which we can do pretty easily by putting it on the insert weapon here marker. For the object, we will grab a weapon. Let's just put in... Ooh, let's put in a cool weapon. Like the flat cannon. That could be nice.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Can I grab it? Oh, because I already have one, right. And then I can grab it. Sick. A weapons drop? What is this Halo 4? I'm just testing some things out here. It's from Reach, actually. This is the Halo Reach weapon drop that was cut from the game. Shout out Zophie for grabbing it as well. Ooh, I wonder if the stanchion's too big to fit in here. That'd be kind of funny. I'm just planning weapon spawners, but the convenience of having a working weapon drop already from Reach is really nice.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
It was also in mind for Halo 3. Yeah, I mean, there's the human weapon pods from campaign. They even have the functioning weapon pods in multiplayer. You just can't put weapons in them. This Forge doesn't support that. Invasion was planned as far back as Halo 2. That's true. That is 100% true.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Okay, I want to add some more effects to this as well. Hell yeah. Exporting this Reach build is taking forever. My poor hard drive. Excuse me. We need just some cool insertion effects. Maybe I'll even grab the ODST drop pod smoke effect for this. Let's give that a try. Could be cool. Let me find it. Should be under my ODST drop pod folder. Under, would it be under 2 or 1? FX, hatch pop, impact, re-entry. No, it'd probably be in pod 1. FX, particles, rocket, hatch close, hatch pop. No. Damage, disallow, tilting, EMP test, hatch pop, impact. Would it be re-entry? Let me see, is this the right one? Sparks. Oh, this was the test I did of, like, creating a re-entry effect. It's not that one. I'm just gonna open the vehicle itself and see, because I don't know. Oh, wait, it's for the weapon, right, it's the firing effect. ODST Pod 2 weapon. No, it's probably under the original weapon. Rocket, yeah, here. It's rocket charge, probably. Let's see if ODST 2 has it. Yeah, rocket charge dot effect right there. Or no, pod rocket dot effect, that's it. Objects, levels, multi, huge towers, objectives, recovery supply capsule FX. And we'll call it thruster. And I'll put the marker as... Is there no marker on the top? I guess not. I'll put it on FX light for now. And as long as the pod is alive, which it dies upon impact, so that actually works out. It'll probably look silly because this is just a straight up ODST pod effect on it. Ooh, that looked good. That was a nice smoke trail. That's cool. Sick. Not bad, not bad. Steaming and smoking after impact? Yes, I agree.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
So what I'm thinking is, and wondering is, I'm definitely adding like a steamer smoke. Do I add like a smoky, like kind of hot looking smoke coming out the top, or do I just make the whole thing like steaming? Like overall, like it's just glowing. I'm thinking perhaps... Also, where's the decal? I know this thing is supposed to be emitting a decal upon the ground. Steaming mad, dude. That's me every day. I get so steaming mad. Alright, what am I looking for? Landing, destroyed, all that good stuff. So I'm thinking we could do the landing. Hi, Peppy. Let's do it like this one right here, which is on FX impact. It says make every tick. And... oh, wait, here. Face down regardless of location because it's a decal. So we'll go ahead and just do it as a decal. And that might fix it. Well, it should fix it. When you get mad, can we steam the steam rising from your... my what? Oh, look at that.
Is now at power level 2.
There we go, dude. That's pretty sick. It already starts to look good. Not bad. Do we do it as like a dark, crusty impact, or do we do like a proper snow impact? This is what, I don't think this looks bad. I don't think it looks bad. There we go. This is really starting to come together. This with steam and smoke coming out would be perfect. I want to have like a little flare on it. I think a little blue glowing smoky flare would go really, really hard. Okay, well that all looks really nice. Where's Mush? That's a great question. Bring Peppy back. What are you guys talking about? You sound crazy. Wait, I don't need to make this every tick. That seems excessive. Let's try one more time. I think it might have been putting too many decals on the ground at once, which is not what I want. There we go. Okay, yeah, it was placing multiple decals. A single one is fine. That looks pretty sick. And it also looks like I can finally hunt down that shader as well. Oh, not yet. Almost, but not quite. It's such a minor thing, but these stupid square plasma effects are ugly and stupid. So, you know, we'll fix that. I just wish these weren't so dark, man. Why is the reflectivity so low? Well, we can put weapons in it. In fact, we have weapons in it now. Let's just make the little smoky effect. I think that would be awesome. And I think the best way to do it, in my opinion, is on the destroyed state to have a constant smoky effect. Kind of like the one when the battery blows up. So that would be under battery 1 effects. There's battery Vietnam, which causes the entire map to go on fire. We'll do this. FX. Capsule. Perm destroyed. And we'll just make it smoke, basically. Also, we do need to add a new marker because there isn't really one. Right now, it, I think, is just gonna play nothing, actually. Never mind. There's no effect on it.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Yay!
Alright, well, then let's take a look at this. So we have a bunch of plasma fire on this, which I don't want. We don't really need fire here. We don't need sparks. No fire. Soft smoke, yes. But then a bunch of fire, no. Right now it's on a marker called FX Smoke. I'm going to put it on FX Light, which is not where I want it. I want this to come out into the top, but we'll try it out anyway. Interesting. Definitely not what I want at all, but interesting nonetheless. Soft smoke, fire lit. Let's just do soft smoke. Let's try soft smoke large. See what that looks like. Okay, I hate it, but we can edit it. Change the color from purple to maybe a nice blue. Not bad. We're gonna need a custom particle. Holy shit! Dude, Mason, what the... You broke the tip bar! Thank you very much! What in the actual fuck was that? My god, Mason, thank you! That is massive! Oh, that
Impressive and
scared the
interesting work. Looking forward to the ready state.
Well, thank you. Frankly, I am too. We got one playtest in last stream that was
I
actually
found
pretty
the
fun.
teleporting pads from HW1 if you needed them still.
Well, I send you. Thank you for the 3, and yeah, I would love that. I don't know if I have a good use for them yet, but they would be certainly really nice to have in case I can find a use for them. So thank you for the 3. If you could just throw them in the Discord somewhere, I'd be happy to download them. Mason, again, thank you. You destroyed the tip bar so hard that it didn't, instead of going green, it just broke instantly for some reason. Probably my fault, but let's not worry about that. Thank you very fucking much, though. Holy hell, man. I mean, hopefully you find this test work on a potential drop pod interesting. There's probably better ways to get players' weapons, but it's not a bad way. And it already looks good. Like, this is starting to feel like an actual polished part of the game. I like the way it feels right now. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But thank you, Mason. Holy shit. My absolute gratitude to you. That is huge. Like, genuinely huge. Holy crap. If you want to see some of the ready state too, I know. I mean, I shouldn't encourage anyone to leave the stream. That makes me a bad streamer. But last stream, we did do a playtest. That was really fun. It'd be nice to do another playtest tonight, but I'm not going to shoot for it yet because I'm kind of just trying to get the systems and polishing up everything that worked. The playtest worked, but some of the flaws were apparent, so I'm trying to fix those up today, and presumably over the next couple days. Body, your ears being nuked is a small price to pay. And also very funny to me. It's not like I set up those sounds and effects or anything to be obnoxiously loud. I wouldn't do that to you. I would. I'm lying. It was very funny. Couldn't join the playtest. I think something in my stupid apartment provided router. Yeah, I'm sorry if it didn't work. It was weird. It doesn't always work well. To be fair, it's probably just MCC sucking. MCC just sucks sometimes. I don't know. It sucks a lot of the time. Intensity 1. Okay, we're gonna do this. So there's our particle. It's going to glow really intensely at the beginning, and then it's going to fade to a regular smoke after. There we go. It's kind of... Oh, it's interacting weirdly with the shield! Fuck! Perhaps if I set the sort bias really high. Perhaps if I set it really low. Eh, whatever. It's something. It's playing a fire sound, which is a little strange, because I don't know where that's coming from. Oh, it probably has a looping effect. Yeah, fire large sound loop. Is there a fire small? How about Sparks Covenant large? Nah, that ain't it. Maybe like Steam? Is there? Oh, Steam Light. Perhaps this will be cool. That's actually kind of nice. It's subtle. You almost don't even notice it. Let's try Steam Medium. No, I like that. I like that. Just out of curiosity, I'll check out Steam Large. Oh wait, that was it. There was Steam Medium. This is Steam Small. This is better. That plus with the little smoke rising out of it. And then let's edit it so that it actually does get like reasonably larger. And then we're going to make it so you can see it up close, because currently it's kind of fading away when you get close to it. think it was LOD in distance. Actually, why was it disappearing? It shouldn't have disappeared up close. It's a little odd. Oh, right here. Near fade cutoff. Near fade range 0. I gotta go to expert mode to change this. Nice, that's pretty cool. But I want that emitting from the top rather than from inside. Oh, it does kind of look cool on the inside. Alright, let's give it a marker that we can use on the top. Like so. Let's hide our lovely physics model so we can actually see this. And I want to put this pretty far in there like that. So it should emit smoke from this point up. And we're going to call this FX smoke. I'm going to put that into the game. And then we're going to import it by hitting this magic button right here. Mason, oh, I didn't see your chat. I'm sorry. You said not looking forward to the end product. Very impressive and exciting. I'm grateful that you feel that way. I can wait. You've been watching. You're making this phenomenal as progress. Well, thank you. I'm trying. Like, I genuinely am trying. The biggest challenge for me personally is that I'm trying to make something that not only is like cool and conceptually interesting, but actually plays well. I think I gotta raise it up a little actually. Not bad. The smoke's a little too thick. It needs to be raised up just a touch. And I could probably make the starting part a little brighter. I don't know. Something about it is kind of off to me. It almost looked better on the inside. Sorry, let me import again, wherever it is. Kowalski status report. Well, as you can see, this doesn't look half bad. Yeah, I think the smoke might be a little too dark. Maybe what I'll do is I'll adjust the color of the smoke. Instead of being such a dark gray, I could fade it to like a much lighter gray. So it's more like a steam than a smoke. I think that's a little nicer. And low-key, I think the blue could... I think it could stand... Okay, wait, how can I make it move in the wind? I know there's a wind system that exists. Can I add that in and then make that like a thing that just works? Because I like the steam. It's not bad. I think it's a little too thick, so I'm gonna adjust the alpha. But the alpha kind of fades out a bit. It's almost like a flare. It needs to be a bit brighter. I think the particles should move a little faster. Right now the gravity... I'll double the gravity on the particles. I will give it wind support and see... Oh yeah, every time I add wind to it, the particles stop appearing. Love that. Might be because I don't have wind on the map. That's a little nice. What drop pod is that? It's from a Halo Reach Alpha. Or beta, too, I suppose. Nice. And because I want this to look good, we're going to do particles freeze when off screen rather than disappear. Because I just noticed when I looked away and looked back, particles had disappeared. Let's do continues as usual. What's new? We're adding in the weapon system, and we're experimenting first here with some weapon drop pods from Halo Reach that got cut. And so far, it's actually working pretty good. This is... I'll show you guys from afar what it looks like when it comes down, in case you want to see. And if you want to see what it looks like up close, it's kind of fun, too.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
And it's got a stanchion in there right now. Looks dope. I think it's pretty sweet. It's functional, you know, it works. Not 100% sure on which way I want to implement it yet, but I do like it quite a bit. I could probably make a red light on these for red... Well, I'll make these just universally blue, perhaps. How do you want weapon drops to work? Some kind of equipment that you throw down, or they just periodically drop around the map? I was thinking at certain power levels, a series of them will drop around the spire relevant to that team, and those will kind of, like, drop again. They will continuously drop, so to speak. And so, like, if a player grabs one, the map will detect that, and then, like, 5 seconds later, it'll delete this, and then another one will drop in on the same spot. Something like that, a system similar to that, I think will be good. And then, of course, we could have more around the map as well. Imagine the system, but you drop the cubby base turrets from the Wars 2. That is doable. It's a pretty good-looking effect so far. The last thing it needs is to just have the stupid plasma bits on the inside fixed, which we should be able to fix now. So, for that, we're going to open Reach Foundation. And I'm going to see where this file is. Halo... Wait, projects... I have the file for it, courtesy of Zophi. I just need to figure out the exact location of this stuff. So... Should be under objects, gear, not gear, props, Covenant. What am I looking for? Not Covenant portable shield, not power module. Here it is, Covenant resupply capsule. And there's the shader. Oh, it's like a... Is this like a Halo 3 shader file? No, it's Halo Reach. Covenant resupply capsule plasma. Okay, I've got it. Oh, you guys can see there. And then I'm going to do my Halo Reach editing kit, which is going to have that exact same folder structure. Tags, objects, props. Should be showing you anyway. Covenant. And then it should be... There is a Covenant resupply capsule folder in Reach, but all it has is a single FX for drop pod trail and drop pod contrail system. Which actually, now that I think about it, kind of want to look at that. But anyway, we can put this in the shaders folder, and then this will tell me at least what the missing texture is. So, out of curiosity though, objects, props, Covenant resupply capsule. I want to see what that contrail system uses for its texture. Flaming trail. Oh. Isn't this from ODST? I think this is the ODST Flaming Trail, is it not? I'm probably wrong. It's probably just a standard Reach one, but it does look good. What does the effect have? Is it just the contrail? Yeah, FX contrail, trail, drop pod trail. That's it. Okay, well, mine's similar enough, I suppose. Alright, let's refresh this. Let's pop open the shader, and can it read it? It can. It uses... Yes! Okay, this is exactly what I was looking for. Hollow emitter, illume, hollow emitter detail, clouds. They are all vanilla reach textures. Okay, I can actually use these. First, holy shit, man. Coffee killed me. I'm gonna go use the restroom really quickly. I'll be right back. Okay, we're so back. I cannot believe that Mason came in here and dropped 100. That is nuts. That's actually nuts. See prior comment. They draw a large amount of players, put a volume around each player and have it count the amount of players in that volume before it starts sending drop pods next to them. I can't really place them next to players. Well, maybe I could, but perhaps not with enough precision where I'd be satisfied. Maybe. I could try some tricks. if I could do some kind of hacky raycast system. What I was thinking is, I can play effects on a player, and that effect could place an object near a player that's like invisible instantaneously. A script could potentially detect the closest object like that to a player. It's possible. It's possible. In any case, though, we need to grab these textures really quickly. We have hollow emitter detail as a noise map A. And let me see. This is a plasma type self-illumination. It's actually a regular shader, not a plasma shader, shockingly. But then we have this as the alpha mask, which is hollow emitter illume from Reach here, which is objects, props, human pioneer hollowware. It's hollow frame. Jesus, man. It's an obscure ass texture. We should have it though. Can I export bitmaps in Reach easily? I can, right? Tools, run tool command. What is the command? Extract bitmap. Export bitmap. And then I want to grab a particular bitmorp. What? Hollow emitter illume. Let me check again. Objects, props, human, pioneer, housewares, hollow frame. My bitmorp. There's like 40 to 50 props come from that pioneer folder. Really? That's cool. Objects, gear, human. Fuck, I already forget. Ah! Objects, props, human, pioneer. Okay, we'll put it in the data folder, period. Okay, we got it. Hollow emitter illume. Then there is also hollow emitter detail. Is that from the same folder? Yeah, that's from the same folder. And that's just one of the noise maps. I think we're okay with that. I think we're okay with that. I can just grab that now from the data folder in Halo Reach. Or no, I don't even think it went into the data folder. That was hollow emitter illume, TGA. Gotta open Photoshop and convert it real quick. Gotta bounce. Hey, thanks for tuning in any case, Boneheaded Man. If you're still here, appreciate you tuning in, man. Okay, so this is what it looks like. I'm hoping the texture isn't totally fucked up. It looks really dark via the extraction of the bitmap. Yeah, like a lot darker. I'm not sure how intentional that is, but we'll try to get this into Halo 3 as is anyway. So that's going to go into our bitmaps folder here. We're going to call it hollow emitter illume. We'll run that bitmaps command again. And on our plasma effect, at least in the current variation that we have on it, we should be able to get something resembling the correct setup. So overlay map, sure. Alpha mask map, however, is not the correct one. Now we have the cover resupply capsule one. How does that look? Terrible! Why is it not right at all? Because of the overlay? It's because of the overlay, isn't it? It has an alpha channel, right? Yeah, it's got the alpha channel. Let me turn off overlay for a second. It's there, it's very dim. It's a bit better. Now it looks more holographic, I suppose. I'm just going to increase the... I'm going to increase the intensity. That's pretty cool. Though I'm not in love with the fact that it seems to be going off the texture. Oh, it's because the alpha mask map has a translation, I suppose. Maybe I can check the reach one and see. Alpha mask wrap mode is on clamp. Oh, it's on mirror. That's probably why. That didn't seem to help too much. Let's just mess with it a little bit. Alpha mask map. Let's do translate X 0.5. Not X. Let's do translate Y 0.5. Minus 0.5. Minus 0.1. Just gonna keep translating it to the side until that happens. Nice. And then let's up the intensity to like 10. Honestly, just confused why the effect is so subtle. It does look good, but it's just extremely subtle. I guess that works. Well, there's our cool little glowy bits on the inside. Blends in with the snow, it does. It probably looks way too bright in the shadowed areas, though. Let's try that. Let's move it over really quickly. It's like simulate, I'm at the base. We'll arbitrarily drop a pod right here. Well, the first thing I noticed is that the intensity of that particle is not nearly bright enough, so I'm going to fix that real fast. Oh, probably because it has shading, actually. Particle style. Oh, maybe not. It doesn't have shading. I'll just increase the intensity. Not bad. Not bad. Perhaps I could reduce the duration of the intensity a little, though. It matches with the color a little more. It's not bad. Cool. It's kind of sick. It's kind of sick. Simulating like la-di-da-di-da. Oh, weapons. They gave me a stanchion. Don't mind if I do. I feel like the size of the particles is still too small, though. Like, I feel like over the top of it, it should get a little bit bigger. There we go. It spreads out a little more now. This is the cut weapon pod? It sure is. It sure is. I'm kind of curious to see what other cut, things are in here, though, to be honest, because there's a lot of Covenant prop things in here that I'd be really interested to see. We have Cov Cloaking Tower, but I believe that already existed. Anything in here else? Destroyed vehicles, Revenant, Wraith. No, those exist already. It's an engineer recharge station. Does that exist? No, that's cut as well. Shaders, engineer recharger. What in garlic simple? Hello. Engineer recharge station's cool. I don't think I have access to any of these though. Scarab leg dot scenery. That's interesting. Shield doors, the M35 gun, presumably. There's force field barrier as well. Do we have those? No, we have force field barrier here, but there's only bitmaps for it. There's none of the new ones or anything. These are the antenna materials. What in the world are all these, man? You sent me the entire rip? Hello. Oh, the Covenant and Human folder. I love you. Alright, let's see what these bad boys look like. I suspect they won't look as good as the Covey drop pods and things, but I think they'll still probably be cool. Alright. Thank you, Zophie, very much. So we have Force Field Barrier and Force Field Barrier New. I'm very curious to know what Force Field Barrier New looks like. Because presumably, it's the best looking one. Oh, it's like the, Isn't this just the... Okay, well, let's try the original one. I don't know what new is. Maybe they never quite finished that one. I'm gonna presume, though, that it's like the ODST ones. That does look like the ODST one. How was that drone thing? It looks like it was just a misplaced part of the render model. Is what you saw in that dig site release way back, that firefight with the Kodiak? Oh. Yeah, no, this is just the one from ODST, right? Yeah, this is the one from ODST. I'm 92.3% sure. It shows up in ODST. I can't use this in Halo 3, though, because Halo Reach and ODST have a special depth force field barrier plasma effect that 3 doesn't have, which is unfortunately one of the reasons I don't have a cool glowing edge to my cool Covenant dome here. Very sad. Very sad. I could simulate one. No, I can't. I lied. That wouldn't work. Maybe one day. I want to ask Ollie one day. I want to bug him and be like, hey, remember that time you ported that really cool thing from ODST, that shader for the things? Okay, I kind of already know what to expect from the scarab leg, but also, what does the reach scarab leg look like? Well, don't really know what I expected. Actually, wait, what the fuck? This is higher detail than the Halo 3 scarab leg. This is a new scarab leg. It has these modeled details on it. This is a lot higher definition than the Halo 3 scarab leg. In many different areas, there's like modeled in details that aren't there normally. I guess there was a higher definition version of the scarab leg in Reach at one point. That's cool. I wonder if this build has like a full high definition scarab then. That makes me curious, because this is not entirely more high definition, but there's like actual modeled on details. The leg joint is different. Sophie, I think you might have like a more HD scarab in that build. And I have it? What? That's kind of sick. Hello? High def scarab goes kind of crazy. Makes me wonder if this was like the high def version they were planning for the scarab walking mission. It probably has a different UV map now that I think about it. You probably got brand new scarab textures as well. What the fuck? HD Halo 3 scarab? I'll send you the folder. Whoa. Ooh, ooh. Or I guess it would be HD Halo Reach scarab. I don't know why I would say it's the Halo 3 one. It's the cut Halo Reach scarab, realistically. Okay, well the one that I really wanted to see was the engineer recharge station. That sounds really fascinating. Whoa. Oh, this is from ODST, isn't it? Right? This is ODST. I guess this is an older version of it, because it doesn't have textures. Cool, though. Yeah, I recognize that. The Scarabin reaches higher depth than the Halo 3 one. Oh. I didn't even know. I thought they were the exact... No, I'm telling you, they're the same. In fact, the Reach one is lower detail. The one that I just spawned in, I swear, I have looked at the Reach model. There's no way that it's... Is it? I mean, you would know, JS. You've probably poked around at that plenty of times. Maybe the ODST Scarab. Well, that one's actually lower detail as well. Okay, what do we have here? There's the button station. God bless that thing. There was some other stuff that I saw in here that was interesting. Cove. What was it? We got the resupply capsule too. That was awesome. There's a Cove squad drop pod. This actually might be a different model. I'm curious to know. Forgot their scarabs in ODST? Yeah, and they have their... Oh no, this is the same one from Vanilla Reach, I think, yeah. If there's any differences, they're likely minor differences. Looks about the same to me. Wait, what did you send me, Zophie? Did you send me the scarab? WinRAR. Ah, WinRAR jump scare. Holy shit. Boy, you sent me a lot of stuff with scarab tests in it. Let's see what it looks like. So curious. Scrob, is it not in the Giants folder? Giant Scarab? I don't know how this is laid out, to be fair. Consider booliening the shield from the map so you can manually add the glow texture. I have debated it. I would just need to make a shield for each side and ensure they have their, like, final terrain placement. No, this is the regular Halo 3 Scarab, it seems. Because it doesn't have the extra leg detailing. The model's the same fidelity. The one that I pulled up, that Scarab leg, was like... was one of the Giants folder, but I'm pretty sure it's retail reach. I don't know, because that Scarab leg, it had a bunch of extra detailing on it. Like they had recut into the geometry and stuff. And added new stuff to it. It wasn't like massively new detail, but it was... there was some new stuff on there. Like, actually, I'll do a comparison, hold on, between those two. Because this one is the actual Halo 3 and Halo Reach style Scarab. I'll show what I was talking about. I've unfortunately looked at the Scarab's models so many times that, like... Subdivision Service Scarab? No, it's not a Subdivision Service Scarab. It's actually just details modeled onto it. Though how good they are, it's up for debate. All I saw was the mesh. I didn't actually see how the textures applied to it. I'll show you what I mean. Fireteam Raven Scarab, though? True. Fireteam Raven Scarab is so nice. Okay, this is what I was talking about. The differences between these two Scarabs. It doesn't seem there's a massive difference between the two, but like this... okay, yeah, all they kind of did was like cut into it a little bit. They added like some details. They added like this bit right here to the Scarab leg. They cut into this section here. They added this little bit here. On the sides, they manually modeled in these bits. I believe the joint is different. Let me see. No, the joint's the same, actually. I missaw that part. But, yeah, they just started, like, adding bits and details onto it. Spanish version of Permafrost, whether it's in a desert. That would be cool. But, yeah, they actually added new details onto it, which is kind of crazy. They also added, like, for whatever reason, a random bevel onto here. It's nothing wild. Frankly, I don't even know if the UVs work. I would be kind of curious to see if they do. It seems that they do. How does that compare to UVs on this part? Oh yeah, it's got a completely different texture. And this material is the Scarab leg metal. They added like metal accents to the Scarab here for this leg. And everything else seems mostly the same. We have that. And these little circular bits. Yeah, it's got a... Nah, it looks like it was just kind of a work in progress design, but it's not. It's interesting. Perma Canyon, Wait, what does Zoe say? I sent the Giants folder, welcome to look. Alright, bet. Appreciate it. There's a new Scarab. Watch, this isn't, it's not even just a Scarab folder, it's got like Giants... Forerunner Scarab or something, that'd be sick. Thank you for sending these, by the way, Zophie. I know you're just... I don't know what you're up to, but I appreciate you going through and doing it. Looking through the folders. I can't say whether or not any of this is new or different, but... we'll take a look and find out. One of the textures I actually didn't recognize in here. So there's possibly something now. Putting all the Halo 4 2011 retail assets. Ooh, into retail Halo 4. That's actually a good idea. I feel like that'd be kind of a banger mod if you got them functional. Let's see. Is the Scarab leg something that got its own special thing? No, it's an HD version! Let's go! It's an actual upgraded Scarab. Look, it's got the upgraded legs right here. It's got some extra panels along the side there. It's actually an updated version. Presumably, this... yeah, that's the old Scarab there. It's got extra details and bits and... Oh, actually, it's slightly lesser than the version that we just had because it doesn't have those extra metal bits that were on the side there. But there's... I don't know if these were normally here. They might have been. We have this, Scarab Illume. Those might have been there already. I couldn't say for sure. But it does have a little bit of extra details on the outside. That's interesting. The inside looks about the same. I'm a little sad that the Scarab leg, but yeah, no, there's actually more detail on this. That's pretty cool. I kind of want to see what these textures look like, because I'm unsure... I'm unsure what, Sorry, one second. Let me remove you. Texture, image texture. I just want to grab my quick setup for this. Scarab, but not render, but bitmaps folder. Okay, I got it. I don't know which texture is the right one, though, because there's a bunch of, like, new ones. Let's take a look here. So we have Scarab Diffuse, which I believe is the Halo 3 one. But there's also Scarab Main Body Diffuse, which is a texture I've never seen before. There also doesn't seem to be a bump map. Let me compare these two in Photoshop really quickly, because this is a, to my knowledge, a new Scarab texture. Essentially, why I'm so interested in this is in Halo 3, we have... This is the Scarab texture in Halo 3. They just use a purple shiny texture, or a purple shiny material to make this pop. However, this is the one here from Reach, from this alpha of Reach. And it has the purple built into it. So oh, this is the Reach version. Yeah. No, wait, this is the more finalized Reach version. My question is, though, is there anything substantially different here? I'm not seeing anything. It kind of looks like they just manually painted it. Same way they did everything else. So I think this is kind of just how it is in Reach, if I'm not mistaken. If we go look in Reach, I'm going to presume that Reach has the same kind of textures here. I just want to check. Yeah, I believe it does. Okay, yeah, it does have this. So this is the Reach texture.
Maybe you could open Reach and see what it looks like in game, just to get an idea of what it would look like with the diffuse and bumps.
It's a good idea. Yeah, the Reach is 1024. This looks like 1024. Yeah, so this is just the Reach texture, from what I can tell. It's a little darker, but that might just be due to the Reach texture being some kind of way. But yeah, probably should open Reach to see what it looks like. Reach might actually just have these details. That said, the Reach leg one actually did have some unique stuff to it. Sadly, there doesn't seem to be like a massive amount that's unique and different about this, but at the very least, I'm going to go ahead and apply some of these textures to it. I don't think there's a bump map on it. I don't think the Scarab from this build has a bump map texture. Does it? Scarab normal anywhere? There's an interior normal. Main body. Oh no, there's a main body normal. Okay. Let's do non-color normal map. Oh, it's so crusty. Holy fuck. Maybe this is just the Reach one. Maybe the Reach one just has more details than I never noticed. Jesus, man. Why is it so crusty? Ew. Maybe I'm tripping, man. Yeah, see, on Halo 3, these details are just textured in. So that's why I was so interested in this. Like, see, that's a textured in detail here for this little panel here. There are these shapes on it. There's this little shape here, little shape here, little shape here, and these little circles as well, but these are all just textures. And if we look at the one here in Blender, these have actual models. And this has actual 3D model bits popping out. Maybe that's just a thing in Reach. It's just slightly updated. Nothing seems new around here. This little circle is on the Halo 3 one, but it's actually modeled in on the Reach one. And there's this little circle knob thingy here, which again is just a texture in 3, but in Reach is an actual like 3D model there. I was more curious about the extra details on the leg model, but it just doesn't seem that those exist here. There's some extra illumination bits on the Reach one as well that don't exist on the Halo 3 one. That's interesting too. That would be Scarab Illum, which probably is on the main Scarab texture. Let me see real quick. It's gonna be a no. So these aren't even set up, apparently, for the Illum textures properly. But yeah, it has more glowy bits. I don't know if that's just a Reach thing, though. Let's see, is Reach open yet? No. Most of the glowy bits on the bottom, I believe, are in 3. Yeah, it's got the bottom glowy bits, just missing some of the sides. I'm sad. It was just a little bit more detail. There's nothing crazy here. If we looked at that cut Scarab leg, though, that one genuinely had more detail. Somebody had gone in and started remodeling. Halo 3 Dung Beetle win. One day. One day. I know the Scarab has a lot of garbage bits. I doubt Reach has any unique ones, but I'll poke in. Okay, yeah, that's literally just a chunk of whatever. Okay, it was worth a look. I'll have Reach open and we can see if Reach actually just natively has a more higher resolution Scarab model. And in the meantime, we have more cool stuff that we can compare to our Reach folder. Objects, Props, Covenant. Okay, there's Battery, so that already exists. Cove Barrier. Yes, this exists. It looks like that. Oh yeah, the standard Cove Barrier. Nothing crazy about that. We got the BFG Junior. Folder is in there. It's not even in here. That's funny. What's Covenant Cannon Base? Is that a thing? It's not a thing. What are you? Covenant Cannon Base? Oh, it's a tiny file. It's gonna be like a fucking cube. Oh, right. It's for the Corvette. Yeah. Oh, it says Corvette Cannon Base. Destroyed vehicles, blah, blah, blah. We got the Cove Watchtower, Sword Holder. Is the Sword Holder normally in this folder? Yeah, it is. How different does the one in Reach look? Well, it's got like a new texture and stuff. Stealth tower lift. And then there's just stealth tower, full on. What does the Reach Alpha stealth tower look like? Can I make a Fireteam Raven campaign mod? Could. It'd be challenging, but could. Well, the stealth tower has no texture, so that's sad. But the model's in. It's pretty cool. I think this was a piece of instance geometry in full-on Reach, but here in the alpha, they actually have it as a proper model. Cool. Cool, cool. No textures, but cool. I should throw some of these around on Permafrost. They're kind of small relative to the large size of the map, but it's neat. Oh, you said who would possibly be able to make a Fireteam Raven campaign mod? I don't know, anyone with the will to do it, I guess.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
A reasonably nice looking drop pod. Oh, and you know what? It is technically supposed to have a light on it. And with the ever so slightly increased light budget, I could attempt to put an actual light in here. I think I can have 6 lights at once. The only lights that happen would be the 2 dome lights on the nighttime version of Permafrost, and then when the Strato Sentinel appears, that's a light. If you're close to a Warthog, it would have headlights. I think we could get away with adding a light onto this. Let's give it a try. FX light. Do I have any lights that I could actually use for this? What would be... Maybe one of those forged lights would be like a good... No, even better, I'm pretty sure on like a destroyed Wraith or something there might be some lights. Wraith, FX, Destruction. Destroyed light. Let's try that. Capsule light. Throw that on there, and then let's see what the settings for this are. It's got a maximum distance of not a whole lot. Very jittery. Destroy light after 30 seconds. Sure. Alright, let's refresh it. Antenna Com has the alpha bitmaps in its folder. Fieldcom Tower is a cut alpha prop. Ow. Ooh, that's a nice light. I like that. Vehicle lift is also cut. I believe it. Yeah, vehicle lift. I think I checked that out. It was just like a random human blocky lift. Nothing too crazy. What are the Antenna Com alpha bitmaps any better? It said Field Com Tower is a cut alpha prop. How did I miss that? Or is that in the human folder? No, right here, Field Com Tower. What is this? And look at vehicle. Field Com Tower. Oh, this is cool. What the fuck is this? Does it animate? No, it doesn't. What is it? Why is it just like a little guy? What even? What? Oh, let me see real quick. I'll add in some textures for it. It was really cool looking. I like it. Interesting. It's got some little illumination things. I don't really get it, but it's certainly a new Covenant prop. I'll save it. What is this called? Cov Fieldcom Tower. I really don't know what I would use it for, but it is neat. It is neat. Let's see what the other one is. But it was Cov Vehicle Lift? Or is it just Vehicle Lift? Oh yeah, right here, Vehicle Lift. Isn't this the one you sent me earlier? That you already sent me? It's like the little triangular one, right? Yeah, this thing. Again, not really sure how it works. This could make for a banger teleporter, though. Oh, the shading is so nice now. What the heck? And it's a pretty large prop. Yeah, no, this thing's sick. I was debating replacing the teleporter over here with like a full-on... I think it's a teleporter? No, this is... It's definitely a vehicle lift. All that dump folder show the shaders for all these problems? Yeah, so I could definitely throw them in and get them. Oh my goodness. The, Phantom volume here. You can definitely tell it's a jump pad, for sure. Because this is a... Oh, that's for players. So, player lift volume here. And then this is lift up direction. There's a light on it and some kind of effect that plays when you lift off of it. That's cool. It's crunchy, the texture anyway. Yeah, I think I recall seeing some rather crunchy textures. So there's vehicle lift. There's the shell, the shiny purple part. The glowy bits, and the pure plasma bits as well. An interesting design. I feel like this would make a better teleporter. Let me at least grab those crunchy-ass textures real fast. And then we can decide again. Because I do have a version of this, but it was the poorly shaded version of it. Okay. So we'll grab these. This is the normal map, so we want to add ourselves the normal map node. This is the base texture. We'll copy these into all the other materials too for the shell. Obviously, it would look a lot nicer in game, but you know, whatever. Let's see. Those are some crunchy ass textures. But I still think it would look good in game once you have the shiny shell textures and things on it. There's an old school Covey radio crate in Reach Alpha. I wish. You could theoretically make one, since in Halo 3 the Covenant radio, or Halo 1 the Covenant radio crate's just a regular crate flipped upside down with a little 3-prong thing sticking out of it. I'm debating kit bashing one. I don't think it would be hard to kit bash one. Reach has some regular crates. Halo 3 has some crates. They're all in the same general style as the CE crates too. The space crates. Like, I can't really preview it in Halo 3, but where is the space crate? Cov. Yeah, it's. I mean, the radio tower in CE is this, but flipped upside down with like a little thing sticking out the top, if I recall. And Halo 3's look even more similar. The keyboard I can just pull from the Corvette bridge. True. Just the antenna. You could theoretically pull an antenna from the antenna comm. No, that it doesn't. Well, I mean, hey, there's these little prongs right here on the bottom of the antenna comm. Those could be similar enough. Maybe. What about maybe there's the large antenna comm? Maybe that's got something that might... No, this one's enormous. This is kind of like the Covenant comm node almost, because it kind of looks like a crate, and it's got the 3 things sticking up. They're just enormous. I really want to add this too. I really want to put this in Permafrost. It's a great object. Ideally pull it from existing models and textures I can. No, for sure. I feel the same way. It keeps the style consistent. Yeah, these are really nice though. These little reach style cut drop pods are really good. I think I'm gonna use these for sure. Not 100% sure where, but I will definitely use them. Use it as a weapon teleporter that takes your weapon when you step on it? I'm not sure if I could remove a player's weapon. I could give them a particular weapon that replaces their weapons, but I couldn't specifically remove one. I'm very pleased with this though. It looks nice. I'm just a little sad that over here it's shadowy, so you don't get to see it all that clearly. The sound is slightly off on that animation. I'm gonna fix it. The, like, fly-in sound for the resupply pod.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Weapon spawners or pods? Like, the weapon spawners definitely would be better. You could replace it with melee unarmed, that's true. Weapon spawners would definitely be better, but these just work super conveniently. The problem is they're not consistent. These aren't consistent. I can't, like, rely on them to be there every time a player needs them, kind of like how the vehicle spawners are super reliable. These would have to be dropped in, like, extremely regularly. Not as efficient. Definitely cooler, though.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Weapon console more practical. Yeah, but this already has a model, and it's clean.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Oh, it's a tough one, man. It blooms out really nicely against the dark background. Halo Reach done yet? What? I think console plus calling, yeah. I think that's probably the move. Enough weapons for 8 players coming from these drop pods is not as feasible as I'd like to admit. That said, though, the current weapon setup has been reasonably good, and there's only a total of 6 weapons here. And they do have just pretty basic respawn timers. Considering that, it's actually fairly viable. Even with just the pods. As long as I have a way to detect when a player has grabbed the weapon inside of it, it's not a bad idea. Downside is, though, that it basically just becomes a fancy weapon respawn and is no better than the current system. Except that I could tie it into the weapon tiers. The console somewhere to call in the pods for a specific location. Oh yeah, wait, the pods could just be the deployment method that the... Well, but then you would rather just be able to get the weapon instantly, kind of like how the vehicle spawners do it. Ah! Oh, wait, shit. I'm gonna prototype something really quickly. I have an idea. I have an idea. We'll call this volume... Zone BFG test. Volume zone BFG. Okay, so we got a zone there. And then I'm going to write a script really quickly for this. We'll put it below the energy system temporarily, just to see. Yeah, that's for the vehicle spawners. Then we get the AI scripts. I'm going to do a new section really quick for these weapons. Weapons, spawners. And then I'm going to make a quick one right here that'll just be script. Continuous. I need a new variable for this. Below the vehicles here. Global, Boolean, weapon, pod 01 blue, false. That's AI. I scrolled past it, up we go. Here it is. Script continuous, pod 01 deploy. And then I'm going to do volume test. Isn't there volume test players? This will be a very basic version of this, but we'll do volume test players, volume zone BFG. And then what we're going to do is basically sleep until that happens. And we're going to do a double check on this. Or so we're going to sleep until it says volume test players, blah, blah, blah. And then the other thing we're going to test for is weapon pod 01 blue is false. And if both of those conditions are true, we will then run object create pod 01 blue, which should be the name of the device machine here for the, so it's wep pod 01 blue, which we'll have not automatically. So weapon pod 01 blue, then we're going to do device group set weapon pod 01 blue wep pod 01. So it's going to activate it basically is what's going to happen. And we'll set it to 1. And then after it gets created from stepping in there, we'll just temporarily, because this is a test script, we're just going to make it so we set weapon pod 01 blue to true. And that's just going to make this a temporary one-time thing. Let me make sure that actually worked. Yeah, it did, okay. Let's run through here. And we should hit the trigger volume, and then, oh, what did that?
Blue team is now at power level 2.
So basically walking over here has triggered a weapon pod to automatically deploy. Which could be like an interesting way to reward players for exploring the map and kind of trigger these dynamic objects as well. I'm going to try to prevent that instantaneous smokestack from appearing. Okay, I think that fixed it. Try one more time just to be sure.
Blue team is now at power
seemed to
level
work.
2.
Not bad, not bad. I'll make that smoke appear from further away. It's 2026. We have the processing power to render that. There we go, that's fine. I think that's actually kind of sick. Basically, kind of, if you end up walking in this area, and what I can do is I can check as well to see if this pod state is set a certain way. But now I can make it so if you enter particular zones and a pod hasn't dropped in a while, I can give them like a lifespan, right? So they delete themselves after a certain amount of time. If a player enters a zone, you can get drop pods automatically triggering for you, deploying things for you as you enter a particular zone. Which I think would actually be a nice system that would potentially complement this. Wait, you guys want to see something whack? Hold up. No, I don't want it.
Blue team is now at power level 2. Blue team is now at power level 2.
Got me a stanchion. This is actually a great spot for a stanchion spawn. I think I could give these individual scripts where we set this to true after it's deployed. So right, it only deploys once. And then we could just sleep for a fixed amount of time, and we could sleep for 30, that's 1 second times 30 seconds is 900. So maybe we could just leave it on the map for like 30 seconds, and then after that we can just do object destroy weapon pod 01 blue, and then maybe sleep for like 1 tick just to keep it clean, and then we can set this back to false, which primes this to run again. Actually, maybe it would be better if there was like a pause between it. So maybe it'll land and sit there for like 30 seconds. And then maybe there would have to be like a 30-second wait in between. Maybe like a 15-second wait in between. Let's try it out. So, oh, and let me write something into this as well. We can say print BFG pod deployed. Alright, let's give it a try. It should automatically say BFG pod deployed now because I'll spawn in here.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Did I fuck up the print script? Oh, that's not a real pod, it's wep pod 01 blue.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
I see it. Okay, so weapon pod is deployed. So it comes down because it detected me in this zone. Grab it. And we got like a power weapon. That's pretty dope. And we could do this pretty much anywhere. It's not a very expensive script. It's extremely lightweight. It is taking up a device machine per pod. And it is... And I could also, depending on, like... I could detect certain types of players. I could detect if a player's on red team or blue team and to deploy things specifically for them. I could also check what tier their team is at and then deploy a specific thing if they're at a particular tier. We can like really refine it down, and I can make different like variants of this that have different weapons, so I could spawn in a particular type theoretically. Can I choose a particular variant? Oh yeah, I can do object set variant as well. Sick. So if I choose that, I can have like 16 different variants of this object. I could have one with a stanchion, I could have one with a rocket launcher, plasma cannon, I could do all kinds of stuff. Oh, it disappeared. So now we gotta wait 15 seconds. Do I hear a crying kitty? Is that a bird? Let's wait, let's see if it redeploys. The bird I'm hearing. Oh. Oh right, I forgot to... I'm glad I tested that. I need to set the device group back to 0. Okay, let's try it one more time. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Okay, it deploys, so it'll sit here now on the map for 30 seconds. So we'll just wait it out. Nice, I got myself a nice little stanchion. Disappears. 15 seconds later. Because I'm still in the zone after the 15 seconds, it should automatically redeploy. Golly, what a refresh pull. Yeah, that's me. I'm the haunting guy. No! Wait, did I not compile it? I may not have compiled it. Oh, I just forgot to set it to the right value. Okay. This time for real. I'll speed up time so we don't have to wait the full duration. Nice. I should really change that to a snow impact. Okay. Game speed 10. Okay, it disappears correctly. That's pretty sick. Good to see you though, Cozy. Yeah, we do Halo around here now. And then it should auto redeploy after the 15 seconds are up. There it is. Nice. I think this will make the battlefield feel even more alive, which is kind of cool. Let's do a simulation real quick. Do I have a Discord for the channel? Yeah. There's a link in the description. Fair warning, if you're not interested in Halo, you may be disappointed. Needs a falling sound? I agree. Technically it has a falling sound, but it's not a very good one, and it doesn't have a large distance on it, so I'm going to get a new one for it. Alright, here's the test. If I fly into this zone with a Hornet here, there we go. The pod deploys. Considering flying vehicles are a thing, I suppose what I should probably do is expand the volume to be a bit higher. And also fun part of this is I've expanded it off to the side far enough, I think. Yeah, I've expanded it to the side far enough that if you're in one of the tunnels and you're making your way out here, it should also deploy the pod roughly around the time you exit the door here.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Is it already down? Oh, I guess it deployed so quickly. Let me adjust it specifically for that. Oh my god, yeah, this one overextends like crazy far. Hold up. Move it back. About there, perhaps. And over here, how far does it... Oh my good god, yeah, let's... What is it about there? Maybe I'll have to keep the 30-second timer a bit higher, because if I don't beeline straight for this thing, it might despawn by the time I get to it. How much time would I realistically have? If I just sat here and didn't beeline for it, how much time would I have? Like none! Okay, yeah, so maybe I'll leave these on the ground for a little longer. I'll do a double. I'll do a full minute these things will be deployed for. It would be a shame to be flying and then get split in half by a pod that's supposed to help you out. I'm not going to argue with that.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
I'm not sure how I feel about that trail, to be honest. I feel like the trail's kind of I think I'm going to
Blue
adjust the
team is now
trail.
at power level 2.
Because I wasn't really viewing the trail from a distance until now, because I was having it land right on me, but... Yeah, I think the trail could use a little bit of work, actually. In fact, I'm not even sure if I like that... Oh, well, okay, for this, because this is covered... I don't even need the light volume. I don't even end up seeing the light volume. The contrail, yes. The lens flare also isn't visible to me. It's on FX smoke, perhaps? Let me not save this and see what it looks like with all the extra effects, but with a trail on the correct location and marker. Okay, I can kind of see the light on it.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
How about I do something a little fancy then? I will remove the light volume, but I want to attempt to keep the lens flare. Oh, what's the velocity? Oh, effect acceleration? That doesn't do anything here. Yeah, so I'll remove the light volume because those, whatever. As for the contrail system, I am going to yoink this and so we can make a more customized version. Right, recovery supply capsule FX. And then we'll have the thruster contrail system plus our pod rocket lens flare, which I will change out. Let's edit the lens flare before we edit the smoke. Unleash your knowledge on a campaign mod. I will after Permafrost. So radius curve, I'm going to up it to like 5 to make it really visible. Brightness is also going to go up to 5. Let's see how that lens flare looks now. That's kind of sick. It's really bright though. Hold on, let me tone it down a little. I kind of like how bright it is. It makes it, like, very clear. That's kind of cool, too. How does that look from a distance? Like, if I was flying, like, a Hornet or something nearby and I saw that. Oh, I feel like that's a pretty bright lens flare. Like, that's pretty
Blue
readable.
team is now at power level 2.
That's cool. Now, as for the contrail that follows behind it, the little smoky one, I don't dislike it by any means. I actually think it's pretty sick. But the colors of it are a bit too bright, and I would prefer to adjust it a little bit. And maybe even add in a little bit of that blue into it.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
The blue is not nearly blue enough. Again. How are we already over 3 hours? I really don't feel like I've been streaming for that long. But then again, we do have like an extremely highly functioning drop pod at the moment that we didn't have at the beginning of the stream, so I guess there's that. What do you guys think? Glowing trail too much? How does that look from a distance? No, that kind of is sick.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
And then maybe I can increase the scale of it as well over its lifetime. That's from 0.5, maybe to like 2. Might look better with like a little bit wider of an expansion. Not bad. I'm gonna put it up all the way up to 3 because I'm just feeling so brave today. And then to account for that, I think I will have to decrease the tiling. Decrease or increase? I don't know. We'll find out. Let me take a look. Once more. In fact, I'm going to be extra brave and extra bold, and I'm going to make it so the profile expands 8 times over its initial lifespan. Ooh, that's nice.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
But it looks good from afar, but how does it look up close? That actually looks pretty
Blue
great.
team is now at power level. Blue team is now at power level 2.
Would you something like the wispy contrails from Reach of Seraph? I could, yeah. This contrail I'm not necessarily committed to 100%. It's fine.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
I don't know which one the Seraph uses. I'll have to check. I feel like I may have gotten the Seraph's trail from Reach. Frankly, I don't remember. There's Large Trail, which uses the Wispy Trail texture that is from Halo 3 default. We can try the Wispy Trail texture. FX Contrails bitmaps. I could just make a backup of the current one, which is the Pod Trail from the ODST Pod 2. Tags. FX bitmaps. Fuck, wait, where was it? Tags. Oh, it's literally FX Contrails bitmaps. Okay. Probably should have checked there first. And that was Wispy Trail. That one's not bad.
Blue team is now at power
I think in
level
Reach
2.
it used Flaming Trail, which I think Reach had a fancier version of Flaming Trail. No, this is the same one. So this is the one that Reach used. I don't know the details of what the Reach contrail looked like or anything, but it had one that was of this texture.
Blue team is now at
Probably a
power
little
level
smaller
2.
than that, if I had to guess. How's it coming along? Pretty good, actually. We're doing the drop pod for weapon spawns.
Blue team is now
That's
at
not bad.
power-
I think it's better than the Smoky Trail, probably.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Nice. Okay, let me get myself power level 2, spawn a falcon, fly over, and just kind of feel the vibe of it. Do I get power level 2 for free today? Nope. Set. Blue. Resources. 6. Give me a falcon.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Do I have a AMV for the Haunting of Linkin Park song? Not to my knowledge. That'd be fucking sick, though. Why is the Covenant Pod dropping a stanchion? It could drop anything your heart desires. See, that's sick. Okay, that's sick. The only thing that's missing on this is for it to have snow emit very powerfully rather than random dirt dust. Because I think it's just like a dark, smoky dust that emits. Alright, Halo Wars music. Thank you for everything you've done. Back to Halo 2. So we have impact, and then there's a, I guess, a temp delay. Not that this is going to play again, but... Anyway, we get the sound, the damage, and the decal. And then we have this burst spray default. It's kind of a brownish dirt color. We have burst spray smoke, or sorry, burst spray snow. Yes, we do. Soft smoke, large directional default. Soft smoke, large directional snow. Soft smoke, small impact. And lastly, soft smoke, small impact again. And we just have to make them not brown. Presumably I could just do all white to a slight gray. See how that looks.
Blue
Not
team
bad.
is now at power level 2. Blue team is now at power level 2.
It's not the most impressive impact ever, but it's good enough. Lastly, let's make sure that this effect plays from a fairly far distance. LOD out right now is 15, and I'm going to make it 100 on all of these. Now this should be visible from very far away.
Blue team is now at power.
Am I big into the Halo lore? I mean, I like the Halo lore, but I have, yeah, strong feelings about the
Blue team
direction
is
it's
now at
gone
power level
over
2.
the years. Can I check for object attachments? Excuse me. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I can check for object attachments. It'd be nice if I could. Cinematic clump player. Okay, that's fun. Oh, I could do this. Returns the attached object. I could check for the object at the marker, and if it returns -1, returns an object, and if... Perhaps if it's -1... Let's try this. Sleep until equals -1. The object would be weapon pod 01 blue. And I believe the string ID is insert weapon here. Let me double check that. Oh wait, I gotta save this actually. What was it? Reach Alpha Assets, I believe, was the folder I was saving this one into. And then let's go back to the capsule. Insert weapon here. Yeah, that's the marker. I don't know if it's going to let me do -1, but we'll see. Script compile errors. Yeah, I figured as much. Not a valid object named -1. Is there any way to detect null? We do object at marker. I just want to detect if there's no object at the marker, not the actual object at the marker. Come back to see how that progress is going. What up, Trash Raccoon? Good to see you. We're doing some cool stuff. I'm creating a system for weapon pods that will deploy when players enter a certain region. So it's detected I'm here. Oh, I gotta run game scripts. It's detected I'm here, so...
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Should deploy? Oh no, it won't, 'cause I just broke the script. Hold on, let me unbreak
Check
the
modding
script.
show off. There's a HW teleporter pad.
Thank you for the 2 coax. Hell fucking yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do with that thing yet, but I would absolutely love to do something cool with it. Okay. Yeah, so now we get deployable weapon pods.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Little covey weapon pods. They're pretty sick. It's a shame you can't see the cool spike at the bottom. Very Infinite-esque. Yeah, it's like, well, the thing is, if there's a weapon, right, if I just place down weapon spawns, most people aren't going to see them. But if you enter an area and a weapon pod falls from the sky, you're going to see it. You're going to notice it. You're going to be like, oh, what's that? Oh me, oh my, did I just get a stanchion? Ooh, piece of candy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna try driving a Warthog over here. And I can do this, like, all over the place, too, which is very fun. Actually, yeah, let's grab a Warthog. Never underestimate a player's ability to be blind as fuck or the most oblivious. Yeah. Well, it's a lot harder to be blind as fuck with a giant weapon pod dropping out of the sky at high speeds. I suppose I should probably expand the region a little more. I'm starting to small enough for you to notice. I'm like here where the map is fucking huge. Yeah. This is supposed to just scream at the player, hey, there's a giant fucking weapon here. Come get it. Well, to watch while you're driving across. No, I didn't really get to the trigger point fast enough, so I expanded the trigger point now. It'll trigger much earlier. I also need to make sure there's a loud sound as well. Right now it visually shows up, but like, is that actually enough? Probably not. So I should trigger right about here. So if I was driving this way. I dropped. Can I make it trigger faster? I feel like the animation... the animation's too slow. Or too fast. No, yeah, I do feel like it's too slow. I like that it has this entire, like, build-up where it comes in, but, like... It's kind of cool though. You can see where players are as well. It kind of announces that you're in a certain location if you're hitting that exact moment when it comes down and in.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Ooh, piece of candy. Alright, we need some kind of sound. Some kind of sound that makes it more obvious. The current sound is not good, I would say. I would say it's very mid. I hope you try the font packager. I would like to. It would be nice to have some actual icons. So this is the pod insert sound. It's really short. It's the actual Covenant pod insert sound from campaign. Not ideal. I would like to use the longsword sound, but I already use this. It's also way too long. It's 11 seconds long, but... Maybe if I yoinked that sound, I could grab the, like, kind of sound that's in there. It might be a multi-layer sound. Try the equipment and trip mine sounds. Ooh, that's a good idea. Let me see really quickly. I'm gonna open up this sound file. Halo Reach. Not Halo Reach editing kit. I need my old folder Halo Reach mods. Foobar 2000. Hang on. Hang on. We're gonna open... Not Halo... Actually, wait. What if those sounds are still in Reach? Is that possible? Could the Covenant insertion pod sound still be in Reach? They could, right? Why Reach has all the answers? Reach has so much shit in it, it's crazy. There's Drop Pod Elite. Wait, Invasion Alarm, Invasion Data Core. What is the Invasion Data Core sound? Data Core Alarm? Oh, I opened Halo 3, didn't I? No, this is Halo Reach. Reach has those longsword flyover sounds. Yeah, I think those are the same ones from 3, though. Thank you for the 2, Mateus.
Maybe use the Halo Reach Seraph boosting sound.
Does the Seraph have a boosting sound? Where you can't convince me that's not a stock sound effect that I've heard in other games like a gazillion times. Invis Cov Squad. That's pretty sick. Nice. Why don't I just use that? These are great. I'll just use these. This drop pod. Is there a supply, maybe? Oh, right here. They're still in. Yeah, the resupply sounds from the Reach Alpha and Beta are still in the F mod. Dope. It does sound like, yeah, you're right. That does sound like a Stargate sound. Oh, there's a bunch of sounds for it. Lots of tornado warnings tonight. Oh yeah, there's a tornado outbreak right now, isn't there? Oh my god, yeah, there's so much happening right now. Jesus. So many tornadoes. Holy fuck. I gotta check my radar really quickly. Not around me. Just up north. Good god, man. It's a tornado warning. I can't. Another tornado warning. Damn, bro. Okay, so we have all these pod sounds. I'm gonna get all of these. Wait, what is this? Frigate engine large? I'm too familiar with that sound. I don't really know what that is. Well, I'm just happy the resupply pod sounds are still in Reach's MCC file. So this is what it's going to happen. You're basically going to hear this in the distance once one gets called in. Then you'll hear this followed by this. Should work pretty good. I can probably just time these in the animations kind of nicely. So I'll take these impact sounds, convert them out. Resupply pod. I'm just going to export all these super fast. Probably should have done all of them at once. I don't know why I'm doing them individually. They're going into the same folder. Alright, cool. That's every official resupply pod sound. I'm going to copy all of them. And we're going to put them in our data folder here. So we're going to go to data, sound, levels, huge towers, and I'm going to do resupply pod. So we have a couple different sounds we need for this. We have resupply pod impact. I'm gonna give them the full name. Resupply pod. What was the last one called? Launch. Pod launch. Okay. Here's our impact. Here's the in. And pod launch. Alright, we're going to import all of these, hopefully, successfully. I'm going to close this and this. We're going to run the sound command, so we're going to use tools, sounds, single layer. We're going to run sound, levels, huge towers, resupply pod, and then for the first one we'll do pod launch. We're going to make it, I'm going to do it as a notepad sound, and then we're going to do a sound bank for it called resupply pod 01. We will attempt to do another sound single layer on the impact, but I doubt it'll work. Resupply pod impact. It did not work, so instead we're going to do 02 for it. Oh, I misspelled it. I put resupply pod. Okay, yeah, we do need to do it in its own sound bank. Then we'll do resupply pod 3 for in. Okay, it's done. Let's boot the game back up. That does mean that I get to remove the landing sound effect. Instead, I'm going to tie it directly to the animation for this thing. So landing sound effect. Here we have the explosion sound. We're going to delete that. And all the sounds are going to be controlled via the animation here. So sound, levels, huge towers, resupply pods. We'll do pod launch, impact, and in. then we need to make sure that all these sounds have a pretty large radius. So for the pod launch sound, because this thing goes up like really high in the air, I'm gonna make the minimum distance like 250, or no, maximum distance like 250. That might not even be enough, frankly. Let's do like 350 to 100. So from 100, after 100 units, it'll kind of fade out. So that's pod launch. Let's do pod impact. The impact doesn't have to go nearly as far. We do like max of 100, minimum of like 35. So you should hear it from pretty far, but it shouldn't be like massive. And then lastly is the in sound. This one I also want to go in pretty far. We'll do minimum distance 350, or not 350, 100. And then maximum like 250. The only other thing is I want this to do instant sound propagation, fake spatialization, and huge sound transmission. I'm going to do that for the others too. This will prevent it from sounding really weird because it already kind of has that in. Fake spatialization, instant sound propagation, and huge sound transmission. I'm okay with the sound getting muffled and stuff behind things, but... Okay, then... the last thing we gotta do, we'll have to do a little bit of careful timing with this and watch the animation back a couple times, but we'll have FX impact at frame 0, we have pod launch, then after that, we'll do pod in at like frame 1, and then impact, this is the tough one for impact, I'm gonna do 35 for now, and we'll see how it works. Let's run scripts.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Yes, I enjoyed the part where I didn't hear anything. Did these sounds work? Oh, okay, yeah, they worked. I'm just gonna choose arbitrary markers then. Let's do... wait, FX glowy bits. Oh, it's supposed to have a light volume in here. I should probably add one. Whatever, we'll do FX glowy bits will be where the in sound comes in. For pod launch. And then resupply pod in will be frame 1, and I'll do FX smoke for that one. Bro.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Did I fuck up? Why don't I hear these things? Shouldn't this be like really loud? Okay, well, just as a test, we can at least make sure the impact is working by putting that on frame 59. Okay, let's put it on now frame 49.
Blue team is...
Not bad. Let's try it again and make sure that I got that timing right, because I feel like it might have been a little off. We're looking to see if the impact is a little too late or too fast. Oh, it was actually, I nailed it. Remember when custom sound banks didn't exist or work? That was the worst. Well, I feel like that might have been a little too soon. I might need to push it back a couple frames. Yeah, let me push it back like 5 frames, 4 frames, see how that feels. Whoa, that was way... Okay, how about... maybe it was the opposite direction. Maybe a frame forward from where it was. That felt better. I'm going to push it 1 more frame forward.
Blue team is now at power. Blue team is now at power
Felt
level
a
2.
little off, but I guess it could be worse. Okay, as for the pod launch sound, I'm realizing that the maximum distance needs to go up like a lot. Okay, I just couldn't hear it at all there. Okay, the last part is the in sound, which probably is going to need the same treatment.
Blue team is now...
Okay, let's do 200 to 100, and then I gotta start that in sound like way later. Okay, so you're walking, and suddenly you hear this. Okay, maybe a little bit later.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
That's pretty sick. Okay, the only downside right now that I'm noticing is that I turned off spatialization, which seems to have kind of
Blue team is
made it
now...
not have directionality. I want it to have spatialization, but I don't want it to, you know? What if I always spatialize and fake spatialization with distance? What does that do? Can I hear it to my left here? Okay, let's try again. Let me know if I hear it to my right here.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
I think I did. It's just, it's moving so fast that it's kind of hard to tell. Well, let's do that. Always spatialize. I'll put it on all of them. Make a one-time event where Halo 3 High Charity comes in and crashes. Oh, you mean like off of the map? I thought you meant like in the map, and I was just like, what? Okay, hopefully that restores some directionality. No, that I could not tell where the hell that was coming from. Fuck! The problem is, this thing is moving so fast that if I don't disable spatialization, it'll sound like a fucking whistle.
Blue team is...
So I can't tell what direction it's coming from. Maybe I can edit it here, actually. Slow the sound effect. I mean, technically I could, but I think there might be. These settings allow sounds to be directional, fading as they turn away from the listener. Random modulation. Playing at full volume at this distance. I don't think there's anything I can do about this. I guess I could just do this for the in sound at least. The others are fine. And then on the in, I suppose I could reduce it to like 100 to like 50. So it's not so overwhelmingly loud.
Blue team is now at power level 2. Blue team. Blue team is now at power level 2.
That wasn't bad. And then let me at least check the impact sound to see what the distances on that are. So it's 35 to 100. I actually think that's pretty reasonable. Let's do 25 to 100 just to reduce it a little more.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Honestly, I feel like the smoke could be a little bit, like, larger. Or, like, last longer so that you can see it from further away. Because it's kind of blocked there. It's a little bit hard to see because the pot itself is, like, it's the size of, like, a player. I will attempt to increase the lifetime of the smoke and see if it helps at all. Lifespan right now is 4 to 5 seconds. I'll just do 9 to 10. Or like 9 to 11. Dear God, that looks terrible. Yeah, no, I'm good on that. I think the effect's just a little small. Oh, wait. Duh. I should just add a lens flare to it. Yo, Gyarados, thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate
Drake,
it.
Bungie used to say 30 seconds of fun. Now you're making the fun longer due to all your awesome work. I can't handle that much fun. Stop, please.
I'm sorry. You know, you're right. That is kind of fucked up of me. We shouldn't be having this much fun. It's too much. It's overwhelming. I'm overstimulated. I'm having way too much fun.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Okay, what if I make it like a radius curve of 4, so you can really see it from a distance. Wait, actually, what does that even look like? Okay. And we do don't auto fade. I'm pretty sure I can set a maximum scale on the screen that's allowed, right? I can do that, can't I? Do like a near fade begin distance. This is where it begins to fade in. Fully faded in, near fade out. Okay, yeah, wait. Can I do that? I guess when you get closer, it disappears. I don't think that would work. Thank you for the 2 Gyarados!
This Cairo Station OST is slept on.
Cairo Station OST? I don't really remember what that sounds like. Oh, this? Oh, you're talking about the one we're listening to. Well, lens flare looks really nice. And you can see it. Need to make a lens flare marker. Okay, new versions importing, and while we do that, we'll be able to edit the effect so that the flare is probably fine, but we need to add in a new location for FX flare, and that's where we're going to put the landed lens flare. Alright, let's give it a go. See it? It's just not gonna render now? At least rendered before.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Huh. Oh, I called it flate. Fuck, I misspelled it in Blender. Okay, let's put it on FX flate. Still sounds a little delayed? Yeah, it does sound a little delayed, that's true. Dude, what is the occlusion distance on this? Hold up, the occlusion is atrocious on this thing. Oh. Thank you for the 3, Mateus.
Is there any way to have a permanent weapon in there? Like visually have a rifle in there, but whenever someone interacts to pick up the weapon, it gives them a copy.
Could, yeah. Could probably do that. Make a little button for it. Well, 1/16 early. What if I do it late? What the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? I think it was working there.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Oh, there we go. Much better. Okay, with that bright flare, it's kind of hard to miss. Now I just need it to get less bright as you get close. Oh! It's way too bright. Okay, we're not gonna do scale by distance. I was hoping that would work like a little bit nicer. Wait, maybe if I do 0.1 to 1? Could that do something? No, that's just gonna animate it. Understood. It's reasonably bright from that distance. However, I think what we can do here now is do near fade distance and far fade distance. The brightness will be maximum at 10, and it'll be minimum at 2. Nice. Okay, so when you get close to it, it just stops being as bright, and then kind of disappears.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Shoot, I could do it faster than that. Far fade distance of 5. There we go. The lens flare just kind of acts like a distant marker. You walk up to it, and it's gone. Look at it from far away. It's a nice bright flare on it. Okay. I think this thing is basically perfected. This is lovely.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Cool. Now I can spawn weapons around the map whenever I want. It's also just a sick-ass sound and effect. Just need to fix the sound delay. True. I think it's a little too late, right? I'm pretty sure the impact happens just a touch too late. I believe I had the impact at 50 when it was perfect. I'll try 49 now, moving it 2 frames back. No, that was too early. Let me try 53. Still felt too early? Am I tripping? Let me make sure the impact sound is set. Use huge sound transmission with instant sound propagation.
Blue team
Okay,
is
now it's way
at power
too
level
late,
2.
right? It's really... I struggle. I can tell when it's off, but I just really struggle to tell when it's too late versus too early. I can't really tell. I'll just say it's off. Which direction is hard for me to tell. That felt like ever so slightly too early. I think the perfect was at 51, which I had earlier. Is that a floating
Blue
tree?
team is
God
now at
damn
power
it.
level 2.
That one seemed perfect. I feel like that's good.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
I want to see from how far away I can hear this sound. You can hear that from like across the map, damn. I mean, know when a power weapon's
Blue
spawning.
team is now at power level 2.
I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should add some better effects than just particles. Maybe lens flares would be good on the batteries too. Red and blue lens flares. Because this effect, I'm not happy with this effect. This is actually a very temporary effect, and I kind of just got used to leaving it here, but I still definitely want to change it. I don't like it very much. What up, Annas? How you doing? Nice. Well, we'll be able to trigger these from all over the place. Let me do a test with the... What did you build, sir? For weapon spawns, one potential way, I do still want to do like weapon spawners that you unlock, but I'm probably going to do these drop pods. These are the cut Halo Reach weapon drop pods. I'm getting some use out of them here. My current system is to detect when a player enters a particular area. If there's no weapon drop pod down at that time, it'll launch one. So when I drive into this zone as my test area, it drops a stanchion pod. You can hear it. It just dropped right there. Which is pretty slick. Actually, there's already a stanchion here, so maybe I ought to remove this one and replace this exact spawn with a drop pod. But also throw some equipment in the drop pod too. Are you able to do audio zones so you can't hear it if you're on the other side of those rocket areas? Yeah, 100%.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
This thing stays on the map for a minute before it despawns, so that's pretty cool. I think blue team might be a power level 2. What? Nah. I don't believe it. Okay, well, that effect is so nice that it makes me feel like the Covenant batteries suck a lot. It could be way cooler and have way, like, nicer lens flares and effects and things. You mean cut reach weapon drops? They're in the game in Firefight? Are they? I know human ones, I'm pretty sure. I don't know about the Covenant ones. Somebody was telling me they're cut. Or no, this one is. I'm pretty sure the Covenant ones are
Blue
cut.
team is now at power level 2.
Stand under the pod real quick. I'm sure I'll live. I'm sure I'll live. Surely I'll live. Guys, I'll live. It's actually did. That's genuinely shocking. I don't know if the pod has collision damage, actually. I bet if I gave it collision damage, people would just be dying instantly. What is it? Does it have collision? Wouldn't that be like right up here? Where is it? Oh yeah, material effects, sure. Where's... Oh, I'm blind. It's literally right here. Well, it has its default built-in collision. I could give it insta-kill collision. Well, I hit the wall so hard that I died. Otherwise, I probably would have just got sent and launched across the map. Could I make vehicle drops this mechanic? Sure could. We could do the big reach drop pods, you know, the AI drop pods. Could probably throw a vehicle in there. Same way that I drop the albatross down. Now that I think about it, it kind of makes more sense not to have an I could put like a reach covey drop pod and have that come down and deploy instead of an albatross. Both are cool. So I don't know which one would be better, but both work. Both work. It works with the frigate, that's what I was thinking too. Well, it despawned, let's see if it respawns. There it is.
Blue team is now at power level 2.
I think blue team's at power level 2. Again. That's pretty sick though. It would be nice if I could make it so the effect would stop playing on it if the weapon gets taken out, but I'm not sure if that's something I can actually affect. I can detect if a particular object is at a particular marker. If I end up doing a very fixed weapon spawn for each of these pods, instead of having it be like...
Blue team is now at power level 2.
Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with this. This has been a project, a part of this project that I think is done now. I think these things work perfectly. We can maybe get a little fancier with the scripts to restrict them to certain power levels and things like that, but I think this is pretty cool. Maybe if you get to power level 3, like a drop pod will come into your base with like a very special weapon of some kind. That'd be cool. Maybe you could have the Light of Judgment get stuck into one of these. You could use it to call in a Corvette and just tear something up. That would go crazy. I'm gonna head out though, guys. I'm gonna head out. I got stuff I gotta do tonight. I streamed a little later than I wanted to. But thank you to all you guys for watching today. I appreciate you being here. Maybe some kind of repeating voiceover. Listen, it's only happening because I'm in the editor, okay? I'm gonna head off, but I'll be live again tomorrow. My birthday is gonna be on Friday, actually, right? Is my birthday on Friday this year? It's probably every year. I don't know. Yeah, no, my birthday is on Thursday. So I'll probably stream for my birthday, just for funsies. I don't know how long it'll be, though. But I'm gonna head out. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. I appreciate you being here. I hope you enjoyed seeing the drop pod mechanics working out. Honestly, I think it's really damn cool. We'll implement more drop pods and get a little fancier with it tomorrow. So tune in live tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central Time, 4 to 5 p.m. Central Time. We'll do some more drop pod shenanigans. And we'll find out how many of these we can realistically put in the map. That said, I'm out of here. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you had a wonderful time on the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you to all you for the tips, the super chats, the memberships, as always. It means a lot. Special shout out today as well to Mason, who threw a $100 tip, which is insane. Thank you very much. I'm going to head out, though. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Goodbye. More drop pods tomorrow. Maybe big vehicle drop pods. Ooh. Bye, guys.